Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lychwick, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Nothing, Your Honor. I'm not well. I need to lay down.
Okay.
I protest these proceedings. I'm being railroaded. I am not prepared to defend myself in this matter.
Mr. Lychwick, we'll get to that in just one moment. Attorney Thompson.
You hamstringed me every attempt I've made to defend myself. You've denied me my rights of the disposal of tampered evidence and the dismissal of this case. It should never have come this far.
Mr. Lychwick,
I am not feeling well today.
Mr. Lychwick,
You have dragged me here and brutalized me. Look at this. Look what they did to me. Offered no resistance. They dragged me out of my bed. I question your rationality, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, I will let you be heard, but I want to warn you first that if you are speaking out of turn or speaking disruptively or yelling or otherwise causing a disturbance, I may have to remove you from the courtroom. I will let you be heard. I'll let you make a record. Now is not the time to do that, though, okay? Attorney Thompson, is the state in victim rights compliance?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're here for day 2 of the trial. It's now 9:10 a.m. We were scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. We got off to a little bit of a late start. Earlier, the court was advised by my deputies that Mr. Lychwick was still remaining in his cell. He was not dressed, and he was refusing to come to court. I had my deputies check with the jail staff to see whether Mr. Lychwick needed more time, whether he was going to voluntarily come up to court, or what the situation was. So we gave Mr. Lychwick about another 35 minutes or so while we explored some other options of how he could be produced for this trial if necessary. So Mr. Lychwick, what would you like to say about your condition today and your ability to proceed to trial?
Well, thank you for letting me finally speak, Your Honor. Again, I reiterate what I first said when I entered here. I am not well today. I need to lay down and rest.
Why is that?
That is the utmost, that is the primary topic right now.
Why do you feel that you need to lay down and rest?
Because I'm sick. For one thing, I have a tear in my belly that needs to be repaired. And I refuse to take responsibility for the delays in the length of these proceedings because I needed medical attention. And you're saying I put it off. I did not. I did not receive the proper consultation. I wasn't even allowed to consult with another doctor before I had the last procedure done that I needed. And I have not received all the surgeries that I need. I again reiterate, I have a tear in my belly that might be part of the cause. I am exhausted. How would you like to sleep for 18 months, Your Honor, a concrete slab, being starved, tortured with lights on you, 24 hours a day, guards harassing you when you're on the toilet? Can't even shower in peace or sleep in peace. I can't take this anymore.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, you've made your record previously when the court has heard your concerns about your medical condition. We've taken testimony previously from the jail administrator. We've heard evidence from your treating physician. And the court has already made rulings about your condition leading up to the case, the previous delays in the case, and the readiness for trial this week. So that matter has already been settled. What I'm concerned about is your present condition today and why you think you have an inability to continue today, this morning.
You're being harassing, Your Honor. I just told you, you're making me repeat myself. That's harassing. I reiterate, I am exhausted and I am not well and I'm nauseous. I have a rip in my belly. What more do you want me to say, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't mean to raise my voice. I am exasperated. I feel that I am not speaking to somebody who's rational at this point. I don't think you can, you're hearing what you want to hear. So at this point, you know, you're trying to make a fool out of me on top of it. I refuse to be part of this. You're railroading me, I say again. My constitutional rights and my 8th Amendment rights, for one, under the Constitution, are being violated. My human rights.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to give you a few different, I understand. I'm going to give you a few different options. I'll let you know, though, that every one of those options leads to the same conclusion and endpoint, which is that the trial is going to continue today and will continue this week. So here are the options that I'm going to present to you. Number one, we can give you a little bit more time this morning to compose yourself, to do what you need to do, to get dressed into your suit that you were in yesterday, because I'll make a record that today you are in the jail orange and we produced you in a wheelchair. You've been handcuffed for the safety of everyone because we don't know what condition you're in or what your attitude was going to be. So I can give you more time to compose yourself, to get ready for trial this morning, maybe until about 10 a.m. That's another 45 minutes. You can freshen up. You can get dressed into your street clothes and resume the trial in the chair at counsel table with your legs secured to the floor like you were yesterday. So there's no outward sign that you're in custody. That's option number one. Option number two, if you're not going to refuse, or if you're going to refuse option number one, is we can keep you in the courtroom as you are now. You're going to be obviously in jail orange. You're obviously going to be in a wheelchair, and we can, I'll defer to my deputies, but we can likely make arrangements for just the leg shackle to be used. But then you are going to be viewed as in custody by the jury. We can give them a cautionary instruction to make sure that that's not used against you in any way. But again, as I said yesterday, efforts were undertaken to make sure the jury was aware that you are, or not aware that you are in custody. So that would certainly change today. That's option number two. Option number three is if you are going to be disruptive in court today, I may have you produced in one of the holding cells in the bullpen here. It's a white room. It doesn't have any outward signs, at least while it's displayed on video, that you would be in custody. I would give you the option to be in that room dressed in civilian clothing, or you could appear in your jail orange there. You would have all your materials there. We could still make arrangements for you to have access to standby counsel. If you want standby counsel to consult with you on anything, we could put you in a breakout room over video for that. And then you would participate in this trial by video. So you would be displayed on the video screens. The jury would see you on their screens. We would see and hear you. You could still make objections. You could still interject. You could still cross-examine witnesses just like you would if you were in the courtroom. That's option number three. Option number four is the most drastic option, really, Mr. Lychwick, and that is that if you refuse to participate and conduct yourself accordingly, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom and just not produced at all for your trial, in which case there is a way that the court could make findings that the trial would have to proceed with you in absentia. The reason why that is a very drastic remedy here and a drastic option, Mr. Lychwick, is because you are representing yourself. You would not have the benefit of an attorney continuing to represent your interests at trial if you are not here in person. You have standby counsel. I likely would not have Attorney Galaviz suddenly become your advocate counsel and advocate for you because you specifically wanted Attorney Galaviz to withdraw. You wanted to represent yourself. I took the colloquy of your waiver. I find that you are still competent to represent yourself. You asked good questions yesterday. You raised objections yesterday. You gave an opening statement. You're clearly qualified and competent to represent yourself. So I would not have Attorney Galaviz step in and represent your interests, which means that there just would be no presence by the defense. I don't want to exercise that option. That would be only in the event that you're unable to comport yourself and abide by my rules and abide by decorum in the court. So those are essentially your four options, Mr. Lychwick. Do you want time today until about 10 o'clock to get into civilian clothes, freshen up, get your materials up here into court, and continue with the trial?
This is not rational. You haven't listened to a word I said, Your Honor. With all due respect to the court and the people of Waukesha County, I am not up to being here today. I need to lay down and rest. I am not well. That's all I can say. I've said it before. I've said it twice since I came in here. I've told your deputies and the jail staff at least 4 times on the way up here, and the fact that they were hurting me. So I'm not being heard. You're refusing to listen to me. What more can I do?
Mr. Lychwick, I'll ask you again. Do you want time this morning to get into civilian clothes, to freshen up, to meaningfully participate in your case this morning in court like you were yesterday? Are you going to answer?
I've tried to answer. You won't listen to me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lychwick, well, the trial is going to proceed whether or not you are actively participating or whether you're protesting or refusing to participate. So now the question is, do we have you stay there in your wheelchair, secure, in jail clothes, so that at least you're in the courtroom and can choose to participate when and if you feel like participating? Do you want to remain in the courtroom, or would you rather be in the holding cell by video?
This is not rational. I've answered your question already 3 times. I don't know what else to say. I need to lay down, Your Honor. I need to go back to my cell and lay down. That's all I can tell you. When I feel better, I'll let you know. That's all I could, that's the final word here. I don't know what else to do.
Well, that's why I'm offering Mr. Lychwick to delay this a little bit more this morning, to give you an opportunity to freshen up, to do what you need to do and get into civilian clothes, and then come back in the courtroom and participate. But we can't put the trial off today just because you don't feel well. I'm willing to give you more time this morning, but it's going to resume this morning, probably about 10 a.m. We'll bring the jury in. They've been waiting patiently for 50 minutes now. I can have them wait a little bit longer. Is that what you want to do, Mr. Lychwick?
I told you I'm not well. I don't think an hour is going to make any difference, Your Honor. With all due respect to your title, I don't know how to answer you anymore.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I want to be very clear. This trial is proceeding whether or not you participate. So I'm giving you the option: either you're going to be here in person, you're going to be in the holding cell, or if you're, I mean, right now you're not being disruptive. So I'm not going to force you to go back to your cell and just continue the trial without you here. But if you are just going to sit there, that's fine. The jury's going to understand that you're in jail orange. I'll give them a cautionary instruction that they're not to consider that in any way. If you exhibit disruptive behavior, though, if you yell, raise your voice, speak out of turn, it may become necessary to remove you from the courtroom. Do you understand that, Mr. Lychwick?
I understand perfectly well.
Do you have your trial materials with you right now?
No, because I am not well. I do not have my glasses with me. I am not well. I am not up. I am done answering these questions. This is insane. I have answered your questions. I have been polite and answered your questions, even though I am under extreme duress and in pain and not well and nauseous and tired beyond belief. I don't know what more to tell you. You refuse to listen to me. I hope this is being put on the record.
We're on the record,
Your
Mr. Lychwick.
stenographer recording all this, Your Honor?
My court reporter is taking down everything that's been
you.
said so far. All right, Mr. Lychwick, what I'm going to do is have the jail staff produce your trial materials.
No,
your glasses.
I do not want that taken out of my cell, Your Honor. Please, no. I am not up to looking at it. I am not up. I need to lay down. It will not, it's going to get lost and disheveled like yesterday. Your deputies dropped it all over the floor. It took me hours to put it back together again.
Mr. Lychwick, either they gather your materials and bring them up to you, or we're proceeding without your materials in front of you.
I don't want them brought up here. And I am not, I'm telling you again, Your Honor, I am not up to being here right now. I need to lay down.
Mr. Lychwick, yesterday I saw you taking a lot of notes during trial. You were taking notes after hearing certain answers. You were taking notes when the court was talking to you and citing some cases. So I know that you've been taking notes during the trial. I want you to have those notes. I want you to have your materials that you prepared.
I won't, Your Honor, I won't be able to use them. I don't know what to tell you. I am not well. I don't need that. If you bring them here, they're going to get lost and spilled all over the floor again and manhandled. Just leave them alone, Your Honor. When I feel better, I will. I'm repeating myself again. You're making a fool out of me, Your Honor. I will let you know when I'm feeling well. That's all I can tell you.
Mr. Lychwick, then I am going to bring the jury in and we're going to resume this trial. I'll give you one more opportunity to have about a 45-minute recess, get yourself into street clothes, get your materials, get your glasses, and prepare yourself for trial. Do you want that time or should we bring the jury in?
I'm telling you, Your Honor, I am not ready. I am not well. I don't know what else to tell you.
All right. Attorney Thompson, does the state have any position at this point?
No, I think that the options the court laid out are the available options. Mr. Lychwick has not really made a decision. He's non-responsive to the court, so I think we proceed with the trial. The state has witnesses here, and we are prepared to proceed.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, one more time, I just want to roadmap here where this case could go, depending on your behavior as we go forward. As I said, I'm going to bring the jury in. I will give them a cautionary instruction that they are not to consider your current clothing, your current restraints. On that note, deputies with courtroom security in mind, can Mr. Lychwick be secured just with the ankle harness?
We could do that. Remove everyone first.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's an option. All right. So Mr. Lychwick will make sure that your hands are free and that you are secured by the ankle restraint, but you will still be in jail clothes. I'll tell the jury that they are not to consider anything about your appearance today and infer anything from that and not hold that against you. And we'll proceed with the trial. If at any point you want to stop and get your materials, I can allow you to do that, but they'll be brought up to you. We're not going to have you go down to your cell at this point and gather those materials up. They will be brought up for you to assist you in your defense. If you become disruptive or interject or talk out of turn or speak loudly or continue to raise objections on things that the court has already ruled on, I may have to remove you from the courtroom and place you in the holding cell there. By that step, you would still be produced by video. You would still have an audio feed. We would still be able to hear you. That would give you an opportunity to still participate, but it would also give me an opportunity to mute your microphone if you are continuing to be disruptive. I would continue to give you warnings about your disruptive conduct. And if the disruptive conduct continued to the point where it was impossible to continue, then I would have to remove you and place you back in your cell. And at that point, the trial would continue with you in absentia. And I would not be appointing an attorney to represent you because you are proceeding pro se and you wanted your last attorney to withdraw. So Mr. Lychwick, that's the potential outcomes here as we go forward. Otherwise, if at any point you want to get your materials and get into civilian clothes, we can talk about that. Understood?
No, it's not understood, Your Honor. I don't understand a thing you're saying because it doesn't make any sense. I told you what I told you. You refused to listen to me.
All right. In order to change the defendant's restraints, we are going to have to clear the courtroom again. So I'm going to ask all of the public to exit the courtroom so that the deputies can take care of that, and then we will reopen the courtroom and proceed.
I'd like to make introduce paper exhibits or documents. I have asked my paralegal to start printing off paper copies to provide to Mr. Lychwick as we go along. He did have a flash drive given to him yesterday after we broke for the day. It contained all of the state's exhibits up to this point and some that have been marked and just not admitted yet. Exhibits 82 and 83 on that flash drive were photos. I replaced them with different photos, so I will get Mr. Lychwick a copy of those as well. But that way, because he doesn't have anything with him, at least he can follow along with all of the paper discovery in court as the witnesses go up. All of those exhibits and documents have previously been provided to him through Attorney Galaviz via an evidence.com link.
Okay, thank you. And that reminds me, after we concluded yesterday, we had a brief off-the-record discussion about the state preparing hard copies of all the photos that have been admitted so far. It would be the court's intent that the parties talk about whether or not exhibits would be returned to the jury if they request them during deliberations, and the court's preference would be that photos, color photos of all of those exhibits be printed so that they can be more easily accessed by the jury. I just wanted to make a record of that.
The last thing is, after court yesterday, while Attorney Galaviz was present, the attorneys were still in court, along with Mr. Lychwick. As I was handing him that flash drive, he told me he was still missing the recorded calls. I think one of the last names that he gave was Smithy. That's Smithe.
Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson, and Dan Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lychwick is present again in person in custody. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick. Also present is Attorney Pablo Galaviz as standby counsel. The court will make a record that Mr. Lychwick, again, consistent with this morning, is produced in his wheelchair in jail orange. The court notes that Mr. Lychwick's hair appears to have been combed or slicked back a little bit better, so he is not as disheveled as he was earlier today. Mr. Lychwick, did you have an opportunity to retrieve all of your trial notes and exhibits and things like that from this morning? Are you going to
Test these proceedings. I am here under duress. I am not well.
Did you want to retrieve your trial notes and exhibits to assist you in court today?
No.
Mr.
I want
Lychwick,
to be able to address the jury and tell them what I'm going through and what you put me through and what I think of you.
that will not be allowed, Mr. Lychwick. Mr. Lychwick, I've been advised by my deputy that you have something in your ears, like makeshift earplugs or something like that. Is that true?
That's my business. That's true. And they're going to stay there as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to make sure that you are still going to be able to hear the proceedings, that you hear me, you hear the witness testimony and things like that. So that's why I bring it up. As long as you can hear, I'll let you proceed with the makeshift earplugs in, if that's your choice. If at any point you can't hear, though, I want to know that so that we can either make accommodations for it or have them removed. Understand?
I don't understand you at all because I can hear fine. I just am not up to processing what I hear or dealing with it. And you know that. You must know that.
Anything else you want to state for the record before we continue, Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these proceedings. I am here under duress. This trial is a sham. I am being railroaded. I don't think you are morally fit to be a judge. As soon as I can sit down and write a letter, I am going to complain to your boss, Judge Bugenhagen, and I'm going to write my state representative and my congressman and complain about the way I've been treated these 18 months. And now, drag me from my sick bed this morning? I wonder what your veracity and sanity is, Judge Moss.
Mr. Lychwick, do you want an opportunity to get dressed in civilian clothes?
I am saying nothing more. This is an outrage. This is not rational.
All right, then we will bring the jury in. Anything else from the state before we proceed?
I provided another stack of the paper exhibits that contain both photos, the PowerPoint presentation I'll be going through with Aaron Christensen, and any other documents or reports. They were all provided previously in discovery, but since he doesn't have that with him, he now has them to follow along if he so chooses.
All right, the court will also note that Mr. Lychwick still has a notepad and pen. He has a stack of exhibits and a stack of exhibits and pictures in front of him. He does have water. And Mr. Lychwick, if at any time you want to take a break and go down and retrieve your other trial materials, we can make that accommodation. But at this point, we will proceed. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise, the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in this case. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Christensen.
Please come up to the witness stand, and when you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
My name is Erin Christensen. My first name spelling is Erin, E-R-I-N, Christensen, C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Specialist Christensen, how are you employed?
I'm employed at the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And as a specialist, you're also a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
In my 23rd year.
And prior to becoming a specialist, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to becoming a specialist, did you have any other roles within the City of Waukesha Police Department besides being the patrol officer?
Yes, I'm also a crime prevention specialist.
Okay. Now, as in your current role as a specialist, is there a particular unit or type of work that you engage in?
Yes, one of the things I do is I work with detectives who provide me records from that have usually a location information on them from different providers like cell phone companies, and I can then look through them and map them for the detectives for their cases.
Okay. Now, you talked about receiving location records from a detective who's investigating a case. When detectives bring you that data, what kind of format are those records in or that data in?
It depends on the phone company, but usually it is in a PDF or an Excel format, text format, just depends on the provider.
Okay. And in analyzing these location records, how long have you been doing that?
Since about 2015.
And do you have to go through any kind of specialized training in order to know how to read these records and use the software that assists in reading these records?
Yes, my first training was in 2015, and this was an introductory course. And it went over, at that time, telephone providers and like for cell phone companies, and went through how kind of the basic, the fundamentals of how it works for cell phone companies and usage, and how they then have different reports that they're logging in the background after people use them. And then we're able to get those reports potentially and then use that information that are on those along with something called a cell site list and map those records.
Are you familiar with the program CellHawk?
Yes.
And for the court reporter, is that CELLHAWK?
Yes.
Okay, what is CellHawk?
CellHawk is the program that we use at our police department to map these records. Many of these records have hundreds, if not thousands, of points or lines that can be mapped with location information. So whereas I used to start by hand being able to do this, now with having so many records, we have this platform called CellHawk that I can upload these reports to that were given to me by the cellular company. And then that will put them into this platform and map them for me.
When we're talking about cell phone providers, what are the major providers whose records you are having or seeing most consistently in your work?
AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon.
Okay. Do each of those providers keep generally the same kinds of information, just maybe in a different format, or have different retention periods?
Yes, each of those do have different formats on those. Some have kind of names that are slightly different for different columns within a document, but overall they have a lot of the same type of information.
And can CellHawk understand or account for the differences in the records depending on which provider gave us the records?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is CellHawk changing any of the data in the records that the detectives receive from the provider?
No.
Are you the one who, actually, no, sorry, strike that. Do you have to have any kind of specialized training, or do you have certification in using the CellHawk software?
Yes, I did go to a class in 2018. That was 3 days. Also one in 2024 for 3 days. And I've received many other hours of instruction from them by like webinars or other training that I could sign up for. Those go over the same thing. Kind of, they always go, many of these classes go through the basics of this is what a cell company is. This is how you would map it if you were to do it by hand. These are the different documents that providers may give to you. And this is how you could map them. And then this is our program. And this is how you upload them, how you map them, and different ways to display them.
Since 2015, can you give an estimate of how many cases that you've worked on where you've had to analyze these kinds of records?
I would guess probably over 75.
Okay. Now, when you are inputting this data into CellHawk and it provides you with the output, whether that is you can view it in a static view, meaning it doesn't move, or you can create an animation based on the data, do you need to know any details about the underlying investigation in which the detective, sorry, I got distracted. When you are performing this analysis, when the detectives bring you these records, do you need to know anything about that underlying investigation?
I don't need to know.
What is what, if any, information do the detectives provide to you when they give you these records?
Sometimes they'll provide me with dates of interest, times of interest, or time spans of interest, maybe other phone numbers that they're interested in.
Okay, now if, let's say, because we are going to eventually talk about records in this investigation, if you received records from AT&T for an individual identified as Carlos Maldonado, do you know Carlos Maldonado?
No.
Do you need to know him or know anything about how he's involved in a case in order to do your job?
No.
Moving on then, were you asked to assist in a death investigation that started after remains were found at 1512 East North Street on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that Detective Ben Stern sitting next to me who came to you to ask for your assistance in mapping records he received from cell phone providers?
Yes.
Were you able to take those records and upload them into CellHawk and create the animation or the static views of those records?
Yes.
Did you also prepare a PowerPoint for your testimony today that encompassed all of those results?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the jury? In front of the witness. Okay, Specialist Christensen, do you see this on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you wipe the screen? Thank you. Okay, do you see the exhibit sticker in bottom right-hand corner, Exhibit 91?
Yes.
And I will briefly go through all 14 slides. Okay. Having briefly reviewed all 14 of those slides, is this an accurate representation or accurate copy of the PowerPoint you prepared for your testimony today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury as we go through it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 91?
In light of what we discussed when I returned from break, your question is ridiculous, Your Honor. I have nothing to say anymore throughout these proceedings today.
Mr. Lychwick,
I
that's
am
your
here under
first warning.
duress.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your first warning that the court's going to give you about talking back to the court and talking out of order. The question was whether or not you had an objection to Exhibit 91. Do you? All right. Without a response from the defendant, that exhibit will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And I would ask that it be published as I go through it with the specialist.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of Exhibit number 91? Without response, that will be allowed to be used with the jury.
Specialist Christensen, when you are mapping out these records and you end up either having to testify in court or just continuing to assist in the investigation, have you prepared PowerPoints like this before?
Yes.
And in the beginning part of this PowerPoint, are there some general definitions or terms or explaining the methodology of historical location cell site analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the second slide then, what method do you use to evaluate these records?
I put 3 bullet points here. It's just letting you know that cell phone companies maintain databases that capture and store information related to the usage of each customer's cellular phone. The databases generate call detail records, which are also sometimes referred to as CDRs.
What information is contained in the grouping of call detail records?
The information can vary slightly, but for the most part, it's the date, the time, the duration, the called number, the calling number. They also capture the cell tower, the cell sector, or the cell site, sometimes the antenna used.
Is it fair to say then when we're evaluating call detail records, those records are user activity on the phone, meaning someone is actually using the phone, which generates the call detail records?
Not always. It could be that it's voice, text, sometimes data, depending upon the provider and what records they're providing to me that is in the CDR. AT&T, their CDR contains voice document, a data document, and also an SMS document. Not all other providers do it the same way.
Are you familiar with the phrase timing advance?
Yes.
What is timing advance?
Timing advanced is specialized location information that the provider keeps for themselves to analyze their own network and how it's running.
So what's the difference then between the timing advance data and CDRs?
Timing advanced data is something that the cell provider uses internally to analyze how the network and the towers kind of react with each person's phone to know if they need to do anything else for maybe upgrading their equipment.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that I've been told.
Now, that kind of data, the timing advance, is that the phone kind of working in the background even though someone might not actually be using their phone?
Correct.
Okay, so the phone is always connecting or looking for the strongest source or the best signal from that particular cell site. Do I have that right?
Yeah, as anybody's sitting and has their phone on, your phone might not be getting calls or texts, but it's just sitting there, always analyzing the network and saying, if I'm going to work the best, which tower am I, or cell site, which one am I going to use right now if a call comes in so that call isn't dropped. And so you're able to make calls efficiently.
Moving on then to the next slide. When we are talking about cell site analysis, what is the technology that these providers are using to gather this information, or how the phone is connecting to the cell site?
So just on a real basic level, cell phones are pretty much radios, and these use radio frequencies to communicate. As it says that when they are on, they're always looking, constantly scanning the network and looking for the best signal. Typically, the strongest and cleanest signal generally comes from the tower that is closest to the phone or the tower with the best line of sight, but not always. So typically, it is using the best signal that it's evaluating constantly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Now, we've talked about cell sites, and is there a difference between a cell site and a cell tower?
They're typically the same thing. They can be referred to by different carriers and people. A cell tower can also be called a cell site. Reason being is cell towers typically are things that maybe if you're driving around, you see a tower that has antennas on it. These days, it's not necessarily on a tower. It could be in a church steeple. It could be on a water tower. They could be on the side of a building or on top of a building. So they're not necessarily a traditional tower always, but you might hear people talk about them in the same way. They might say cell tower or cell site, and they're probably talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a typical cell tower or cell site, is that, or does that involve the provider kind of splitting that up into different sectors?
Yes.
When you're analyzing cell site records, what do I mean by sector?
When a provider will give us in their records a cell site that is used, and then that cell site, they give us what is called an azimuth, which is the center point of a sector. Cell sites are typically divided into, think of a pizza, into 3 equal parts. And each of those parts have different antennas within them that those are the ones that are getting the signal and deciding the device and where it's connecting to it.
And moving on to the next slide, there's a couple illustrations that will probably help us as we talk through what a sector is. So on the far right-hand side, that image, is that kind of the pizza shape or the pie shape that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that center point then, is that the azimuth that you were just talking about?
No, not really. That's just showing you that, I mean, yes, that is the center point, but they will specifically give us the azimuth in degrees. So we know right away when we're looking at these documents that as you're dividing it up equally, each sector is about 120 degrees. So if they give us that middle point, I think another slide will talk a little bit more about that, but it's just showing you a tower here to give you an idea that there's 3 different sides of that tower to explain the pie theory, the pizza theory.
And does each cell tower or cell site have a unique identifier assigned to them by the provider?
Yes.
Is that how we know which cell site is being used then by a device?
Yes.
And when you get or I guess actually, when the detectives get all their returns back from the provider after obtaining a warrant from the court, do you also receive in those records a list of cell sites?
Yes, I get it from there. Also, AT&T has us go to Endocac to get those records as well.
Okay, and is that
I explained it on another
okay, thank
one, if
you.
that helps.
Just so that I get that spelling for the court reporter.
Yes.
Now, moving on to the next slide then, when we're talking about cell sectors, which are those individual pieces of that pizza,
Mhm.
explain to me how this assists us in figuring out what a sector is and then how we'll eventually read it on a cell hawk map.
Okay. So what I have on this slide is something that you will see on the static map that you will see in a little bit, and also the animated map. Typically, like I said, they're divided into sectors. So you will see the purple one that's on the left side or the blue one. Now, I want to let you know that that wedge is something that I draw. I decide how far it is. That is not from the provider. So I don't necessarily have to have anything shaded. I could also have a larger shading. It's just from the tower. And that is saying that the phone is somewhere in that sector, but it does not mean that it's within that shaded area.
If, when you are reviewing records that you've been given by the detective who got it from the provider, if you are only seeing CDR records in this return without any of that timing advance or another type of advanced location data, could you have larger breaks in or larger gaps in the records that you're looking at?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. It's just that type of information that would be in that gap was not received by the provider. Is that fair to say? Or from the provider?
Yeah, the CDRs show usage, whether they're making kind of calls, texting, or receiving them.
In looking at the next slide, which is slide 7, it looks like this is an example of the cell site and sector that we just kind of talked about in the last slide.
This is just to get you an idea of it, how it would look on like an actual map.
And then this shaded, actually, no, you can't see it. But if we have the 3 sectors, that light shaded area within the circle around that center point, that's your shadowing. So you can see the direction in which that sector is facing. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you referenced an azimuth earlier. Does this slide help explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so to kind of break down how we think about the degrees, you can think of it as a clock. So if you were looking at 12 o'clock, that could be 0 degrees, which is pointed north. Cell phone companies will let us know that azimuth. So if it is at 0 degrees, that means that the sector will go to 60 degrees and then to 300 degrees the opposite way, and then so on around it.
Now with this slide here, slide 9, this is an example of timing advance measurements. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the case that Detective Stern asked you to assist with, in terms of analyzing phone records, did you receive timing advance records for phone numbers for either an individual named Carlos Maldonado or Kevin Lychwick?
For Maldonado.
Okay. Now, can you explain then these arcs on the timing advance?
Yes. So the point that comes together, the middle of the pie for that sector, that is where the cell site is. And then the sector goes out from it. And then the timing advance has a measurement on there or a number that gives us a distance from the measurement from the cell site to the device at the time of connection.
Are you able to tell from those arcs where exactly a device is located on that arc?
No.
Why not?
It is not giving me a specific point on the arc. It's just saying it's likely this distance from the center in this sector on that arc somewhere.
Okay. How would you be able to obtain an exact location if the timing advance just tells you an area on the arc in that sector that a device would be? Is there a way to do that?
There's different ways with communicating to detectives, so they could potentially get video from somewhere, or other types of records, potentially other types of location records as well.
Okay, so if we're talking about the detective has to go to an area in that sector that we've talked about, that requires them to physically go. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and they would have to drive around the area and either look for cameras or look for anything that could corroborate or try to narrow down the location of that device within that sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, you talked about, or I referenced to you, an individual named Carlos Maldonado. So now that we are moving into the specific records you reviewed, what is this slide detailing for us?
This is just letting you know that Detective Stern provided them the records for me. He asked me to look at activity on April 14th, 2024. It gave me the device phone number. It was from AT&T. The records he provided included subscriber information, the declaration about the records key, which tells me little intricacies about how to read the records, and various usage reports. And then he also provided me with a Google location data from his Google account, and then other specific usage documents and authenticity.
When we're talking about that declaration or authenticity, what kind of document is that?
That's that whoever was at that phone provider pulled those and are saying that they're true and accurate.
Okay, and that's something that comes with each set of records. Is that fair to say that you've analyzed?
Yeah, typically.
As you are reviewing, and I guess first I should ask, the phone number for Carlos Maldonado, was that serviced by AT&T?
Yes.
Okay, and now once you get those records from AT&T, do they give you a cell site list or tell you specifically how to read these or interpret these records?
AT&T does not provide a cell site list on some of their documents. They do have some location information on them. However, the location information is specific to the time the report is run. So given that this case wasn't from about November of 2024, and we believed that the incident occurred in April, we were about 6 months that those tower locations would have been could have been different. So the stuff that was on the report. So we are directed to get best practice is to get a cell site listing from the time of the incident. So usually it can be, the same month or a month right around it. And I was able to get one through the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, which is under the Department of Justice. And I got that cell site list from April of 2024.
Does each provider, when they return records, use Central Time, or are there different time zones that CellHawk can actually convert?
They provide them in many times different time zones. So they could be in UTC, they could be in Eastern Time. Some providers provide them all in UTC. Some have different ones depending upon the document they give you. The nice thing about CellHawk is that when it ingests, I let it know I want it to convert the times to Central Time, which is the location of where our crime was. And then that way, all the records for all the different providers potentially are in a universal time. I'm not altering any documents, the original documents by any means. It is just a way to show consistently then the times now and where we are.
And moving to the next slide then, what are we looking at here on slide 12?
Here, this is just an overview of our area. Those orange circles are just cell sites for AT&T specifically. So those are all the different cell sites at that time in April of 2024 that are in the area. Those are not ones that are used by Maldonado. Those are just all that could have been used depending upon where somebody decided to go.
Now, slide 13, is this a static view of timing advanced data and Google location history for Mr. Maldonado on April 14th of 2024?
Yes, it also has the CDR information.
And the CDR. Okay, thank you for correcting me. So are all of these, I guess, images that we see, all of these blue lines, and these are all sectors?
Yes.
Okay. And now on the next slide, when we see this animation, how is the jury supposed to be interpreting this? Because it looks like just a bunch of blue circles everywhere.
Yeah, so this is just saying that this is his usage on those CDRs. So that could be his voice, his data, his SMS for that day, but it also is that report timing advance. So also information that is just running in the background of his phone when it connects to check for those, the best signal. It should be noted that the static here, it'll show the sector for the timing advance, but it is not showing the arcs for it on the static one. You will see those in the next slide. It only worked with the animated at the time of this.
Okay, and when we watch the animated, will it start with the same overview map that we're seeing now on this static slide?
It will not. You will see it starting off in an area at one sector near 1512 East North Street, Waukesha. You can also see that on this map, kind of in the center of it, with that red marker. And then you can also see an orange marker in the Delafield area with that orange marker.
And on this animation that we're about to see, are you able to see a path of travel that the device associated with Mr. Maldonado took to that Home Depot in Delafield and then come back to 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
roughly 8 a.m. to about 9:30. You'll see it using the cell sites in the area of 1512 East North Street. And then you'll start to see the sectors or cell sites start being used right in that area and then traveling kind of westbound towards the Delafield area around 9:40, 45 to about 10:30. It stays right in that area of Delafield by Home Depot. And shortly after, around 10:35, you'll start seeing the cell sites and sectors start being used traveling eastbound, going back towards the Waukesha area.
Moving on then to slide 14. On the right-hand side, kind of in between the map and the key, there's a gray column with what looks like different toggles and buttons on the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the CellHawk software? Is this the map that gets generated once you upload all of these records from AT&T?
Yes, so this is the CellHawk software, and both of these, the images from the previous slide and this one, are screenshots from that. I then can set the selector at the bottom. So 1 second of time on this animated map equals 5 minutes. So stuff will be pretty quick when you start to see it, but you will definitely see the movement.
Okay, and right now, before I press play, can you see that red? I know it's kind of small on the big screen. It's smaller than I thought it would be. The red dot at 1512 East North. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a little bit below it, we see a sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if I'm understanding correctly, that sector, because that shaded area is what you filled in. So you can't say exactly where in that sector the device is, but this is the general direction, or it'd be within that sector. Is that
Yes.
correct?
I think that there was some sort of usage in that sector.
Okay, and is that something then you see throughout the day once Mr. Maldonado's device comes back to the building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay, so I will press play then.
Did you want to do the Google locations too? Or
Yes.
talk about that next?
No, we can also talk about that before I press play. So the Google locations, how does that relate to the timing advance in this path that we're about to see?
So the Google locations, you will see those as kind of a teal color. Something to note about those is that when I get those records, those are also converted into Central Time by CellHawk. I select in CellHawk to only display bubbles that you will see or markers that are 300 meters or less. If I have a larger one on there, it's going to take over the entire thing. You won't be able to see anything else. So I really narrow it down. You're going to see tiny little teal marks potentially that are like the size of a pen tip. So you have to really watch for them. You will also see the time that they're being displayed. So know that if you don't see the actual mark, it is like probably right behind that time that we're seeing it. And you'll also be able to see that traffic kind of going, I want to say around 8:50. They'll start near that 1512, kind of travel south towards the downtown area of Waukesha, go up Delafield Street to Northview, heading westbound all the way on Northview, eventually get to Silvernail, continue to head westbound onto Hillside Drive in Delafield to Home Depot, and then travel back on 94 eastbound to Pewaukee Road, and then go towards the residence at 1512 East North Street.
And when you're looking at the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, once the device comes back to that sector, do you see any movement at all like you do when we see the device going to Delafield or the Brookfield area?
No, it will predominantly uses the towers that are around the residence at 1512, and then the Google locations stay right in that area as well.
So from what you can tell, that device isn't moving then the rest of the day once it comes back from Delafield and Home Depot.
Correct.
Okay. Now on slide 14, I will play the animated map. Okay, I'm pausing. There is no timestamp on the bar that pops up here, but if I look at the timestamp on the CellHawk software, it looks like 12:50 and 51 seconds on April 14th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we watched that animated map, did you start seeing those larger arcs that we were talking about earlier related to timing advance?
Yes.
And then this path of travel to the Delafield Home Depot, all you do with that is show the detectives, this is what I found. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And then it's up to the detectives to find out whether there's any kind of corroborating evidence out there to show that the owner of that device was in the area with the device. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw for a little bit before I paused it at that 12:50 and 51 seconds, we saw that same blue sector pop up right below that red marking or marker, and then it would go away and then it would pop up again. Is that the device running in the background and that's what's catching on that sector, or is there something else?
I'm not sure if it had the ARC or not.
Okay.
I'm not sure which data. It would be either from that. It would be from one of those documents. I can't say for certain. Occasionally, the timing advance does not have an ARC associated with it, so it still could be on that document, but I can't tell you which one.
Okay, so it could either be running in the background, but it could also be the CDR type of activity that we talked about earlier. Is that maybe more likely because you're not seeing the ARC? Or you just can't tell for sure?
Without looking at the records specifically, I couldn't tell you which one it was exactly.
Okay, thank you. Now, we also talked in the beginning about how Detective Stern, when he came to you, he provided you records for Carlos Maldonado and Kevin Lychwick. What provider serviced Kevin Lychwick's phone number?
Verizon.
Okay. Have you had experience with Verizon before in terms of getting these cell site records?
Yes.
Does Verizon have a short retention period when it comes to that specialized location data of the timing advance?
Yes.
Do you know what that retention period is?
Less than 10 days.
So if we were looking at April 14th of 2024, and now we don't start getting or requesting cell site data from providers until 7 months later, for Verizon, that specialized information is gone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the police department not asking for the right information. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you receive any records from Detective Stern that he obtained from Verizon?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically as to Mr. Lychwick's phone number?
Yes.
So even though we didn't have that specialized timing advance, are we still able to get any of those CDR types of records that we talked about?
Yes.
Did you upload Mr. Lychwick's CDR records into CellHawk in an attempt to perform a cell site analysis?
Yes.
Were you able to get any information of value from the records that we obtained from Verizon?
No,
Why not?
there was no location information. There was no usage and no location information for those days.
Okay. I do not actually, one more question. For AT&T, what's their retention period
For
for the specialized location data?
specialized, I think that's 13 months.
Okay, so if we did not start in this investigation until 7 months after the date in question, that's still well within the range, and that's how we were able to get those records for Mr. Maldonado's phone
Yes.
number. Okay. Now I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? The defendant is not responding to the court. Therefore, Specialist Christensen, you may step down.
Thank you.
The state calls Detective Fyan.
Need some power.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may be seated. When you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
First name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name, Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
Sir, how are you employed?
Detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
24 years.
Do you currently have a special assignment within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
And what is that assignment?
So I'm one of two members of our digital forensic unit, formerly known as computer forensics unit. We are responsible for anything evidentiary that comes into our department that has to do with digital evidence, i.e. cloud download, cell phone extractions, laptops, computers, thumb drives, memory cards, things of that nature.
A lot more variety than just computers nowadays, fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. Now, in order to have this special assignment in the forensic department, do you or did you obtain any kind of specialized training or certifications to be able to understand this data that you're extracting and also use the software tools that allow you to do that?
Yes, I have been doing this since approximately 2012. In that time, I've had continued education throughout my career as a DFU unit, and I probably have accumulated over 800 hours of formalized training. That does not include, speaking with other people and kind of doing informal training. I probably do about 200 exams per year of a device or a computer. I've gone through training with IASIS, the International Association of Computer Specialists, and they've received their certification. I've also received certifications from Celebrite, Magnet, several other companies in terms of using their software and their tools to do extractions both on cell phones and computers. Received training down through the Secret Service at NCFI in Alabama on a variety of computer and network examinations for forensics.
Your lab at your police department, do you also assist other agencies, other law enforcement agencies within Waukesha County if their departments don't have this kind of equipment but do need assistance with downloading or extracting data from devices?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, do you have, and you've talked about it a little bit, but do you have specific training as it relates to either Apple iPhones or Android phones, knowing that they're different operating systems?
Yes.
Okay. And can you still use the same software tools to perform an extraction on an Android versus an iPhone, or are there different tools you use?
No, we use a variety of tools, but all the ones we use can run both Android and Apple software phones.
Once you receive an item, can you explain for the jury the process of creating a forensic image of that device?
In terms of cell phones?
Yes,
So-
let's talk about cell phones, sorry.
Certainly. So the process is that I will obtain the physical device either directly from an investigator, police officer, detective, or it'll be in our evidence room. I'll check that device out, bring it up to our lab. And I also examined the search authority, making sure we have a valid search warrant or consent to search the device. Then I will make sure I can isolate it from networks. So that means putting the phone into airplane mode if I can. If I can't, I'll try to remove the SIM card from the phone and to take that out to isolate it from cellular networks. Last resort was we have a specialized room within our department where you can walk into and it close the doors and shuts out all radio frequencies. And this way I protect the phone from receiving or sending any messages out or getting wiped remotely. And then once I've secured the phone and isolated from networks, I'll then connect it to one of two of our primary devices, either a magnet gray key, magnet, M-A-G-N-E-T, gray key, G-R-A-Y-K-E-Y, or a Celebrite UFED, UFED device to help extract the data from the phone. Once I extract the data from the phone, I can use another software tool. In this case, we use Celebrite physical analyzer software to help decode and let me sort through and sift through and view all the pictures, text messages, call logs, all the information that's on the phone that you see as a user, as well as a lot of information you don't actually see as a user. It's hidden, such as log files and GPS locations.
You talked about making sure that you put the phone in airplane mode or otherwise prevent it from accessing the network. What concerns do you have about the data within the phone if it stays connected to the network as you're trying to make this forensic image?
Well, we want to keep the phone as, I guess, fresh as possible, as close to the event. So I don't want new data to come in the way of pop-up messages, Facebook messages, somebody calling the phone, because that can push out and delete old information that I may have needed. I also don't want, if the owner happens to be out of custody and they have access or they call a friend, I don't want them to send a remote wipe signal and have the phone sitting in my hands and all of a sudden it reboots and it says, welcome, please set up your new phone. I don't want that to happen, because once that happens, I've lost all my data. So it's important to isolate it from cellular networks and Wi-Fi networks.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that process, you mentioned what I think are two different steps: the extraction itself, which in this case with the two phones you were given by investigating detectives, you use Cellbrite Premium to do the actual extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have that extraction, is that sometimes referred to as the raw data from the phone?
Yes, we call it a full file system, but yeah, it's the data that the phone is pull out. The phone gives to the software tool that includes all the messages and pictures and things that we want to look at.
Then you take that extraction or the full file system, if that's what you were able to obtain, and then you put that into the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, and that's the software that kind of decodes everything in that full file system you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there times where when you are extracting a phone or creating that forensic image that you do not get a full file system extraction?
Yes, it does happen. It depends on the software version of the phone. Sometimes it depends on the phone brand itself. Sometimes we're limited. The full file system is what we really want to get. That gets as much data as possible. Sometimes there's something we call a logical or advanced logical, which is a lot less data, but it's typically the information that would be on the phone that you would see if you were to hand scroll. So all your pictures that are on there, your call logs, your text messages, that sort of thing. That will come in advanced logical, along with some other information, but the full file system is what we really go after each time because it has the most data we can possibly pull off the phone.
Does it also matter if you have the passcode to get into the phone in terms of how much data you can retrieve from the phone, or whether it's that partial or full file system?
Yes, having passcode certainly helps. We have ways to get around some passcodes, not all of them. But yes, if I'm able to go around the passcode, sometimes I get slightly less data. But again, it's a wide range of information we can get depending on the phone, the operating system, the updates from Celebrate or Gray Key in terms of how much data we can get from it. There's a lot of variables that are involved.
Why do you engage in this process where you are using software tools to create this forensic image of the phone versus just manually scrolling through it?
Use the analogy of an iceberg. If you imagine the iceberg has a large chunk below the water surface, then what you see above it is just a portion of it. If you manually scroll a phone, you're seeing just the top. There's a lot of information that lies below. And if you're just going to manually scroll and take pictures of the phone, if that's the only option we have because of software updates, that's what we take. But I want the full file system to get as much data as possible to get all that ice that's below the water.
If you were to manually scroll through a phone versus using one of these tools, do you run the risk of potentially changing timestamps or making changes to any of that underlying data that you talked about?
Absolutely. So if I start looking at pictures, I'm going to start changing timestamps on pictures. If I start reading text messages, I may change a message that was unread to read. And that's going to show up in any forensic download I would do later on. In the background, the phone is always creating logs. So if I start holding the phone and turning it, like my iPhones will register your orientation. So I'm creating new data on the phone that I really shouldn't. So doing the file system extraction with a forensically sound tool is the best way to get as much data without adding or modifying or creating any additional information on the phone by my own actions.
Now, once you are ready to start creating a forensic image of a phone, do you first obtain that phone from property, or is it given directly to you by the investigating detective, or something else?
It can be either way. Sometimes I collect it myself if I'm at the crime scene. Sometimes it's handed to me. Sometimes I check it out in evidence. It really depends on the case.
And going back to October and November of 2024, were you approached by Detective Stern to assist with the forensic examination of 4 digital devices?
I believe it was 5 altogether.
5 altogether. Okay, thank you for correcting me. In focusing on a cell phone that belonged to Carlos Maldonado, a phone belonging to Kevin Lychwick, and 2 SD cards. Were those 4 of the 5 devices you were provided by Detective Stern or requested to extract by him?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with the phone then that was belonging to Carlos Maldonado, was that a Samsung phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you follow that same 2-step process that we talked about earlier to create a forensic image of Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a full file system extraction for his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you are performing this extraction, once you have completed that 2-step process, do you review the forensic image yourself, or do you give it back to the detectives to review, or a mixture of both, or something else?
I'd say it's a mixture of both, again, case dependent. Sometimes I will turn over the Cellbrite report that's created after I generate it and give it to the investigator and say, you know the case better than I do, you look through it. In this case, I looked at it first, found some artifacts of interest, and then turned it over to Detective Stern to actually have him look at it because he had a bigger view of what was going on. And then he was able to find artifacts that were relevant for this case. So it's kind of a mixture of both.
Okay. Now, once during that second step, you input that full file system extraction into the Cellbrite physical analyzer, are either you or the detectives reviewing it able to create a bookmark report that is generated through Cellbrite?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what is that part of what you're talking about with sometimes you review it and flag artifacts that might be of interest, or the detectives can do that when they're reviewing it on their own? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone or when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, did you find any artifacts that told you that the user of this phone was Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Can you give a couple examples of what you found to show that, yes, this was Mr. Maldonado's phone?
The name of the phone, which is something that you can create, I think it was Carlos's, and it had the model number after it. It was Carlos's, and then the model number of the phone after it. There was a Facebook account associated with him. His name appeared several times in the phone itself. There was a lot of selfie pictures taken with the phone in a selfie format of him, clear. So those a lot of user artifacts which led back to Mr. Maldonado.
Were you able to view Mr. Maldonado's browser history specifically at 7:38 p.m. on April 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And why did you review that particular search or that part of the web history?
I was trying to establish a timeline of when the phone was last used. And sometimes people aren't always calling or texting. Sometimes they're web surfing instead of that. So I'm looking to find out when is the last time that phone is being used.
Do you remember what that browser history search was?
Don't.
Okay, that's okay. Now, did you also look at as you're going through the phone to assess a timeline, did you note any outgoing activity on April 14th, 2024 at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And do you know did you see the phone number that was called?
I did.
And did you run that phone number to see who or what kind of business that phone number belonged to?
Yeah, it was the Home Depot in Delafield, Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, once you see that outgoing call and you look for the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, and maybe even in the days following, did the phone receive text messages?
Yes.
Did the phone receive incoming calls?
Yes.
Are you able to tell if any of those text messages or phone calls were answered or if they were missed?
I could see that they were all missed.
So after that outgoing call at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning, nothing else gets returned in terms of text or calls.
Correct.
Now moving on to the 2 SD cards that you were provided by Detective Stern. Is there a different kind of imaging process as it relates to SD cards versus cell phones?
Yes, there is.
What is that imaging process?
The imaging process takes the physical card. In this case, it was a micro SD card, a 32 gigabyte Waze brand, WYZE branded memory card. And I place it into what's called a write blocker. And a write blocker is a piece of physical hardware attached to my computer. And what it does when it's turned on, it prevents any computer from writing, modifying, deleting any data that's on that evidentiary, in this case, memory card. So if I were just to try to open the memory card, I can view everything that's on it. I can make a copy of it, but I cannot tamper or change anything on the actual card itself. So the process is once I insert the card into this write blocker, I use a tool called FTK Imager. And then I create a bit for bit copy of everything that's on that card. And once I have that, the image of the card, I then can point my forensic tools at the image, and then the card itself goes back into evidence.
In this case, with the two SD cards, once you have that copy or the image copy, do you then run those image copies through Axiom?
Yes, I use Magnet Axiom as the tool to look at that image.
Okay. Did you review every single item that, or I guess video or image that was on that copy?
No, I took a really brief glance at what it was, but I did not go every single video clip.
And were you able, so they were all video clips on this image copy?
They were all video clips.
Okay, and that would have been then provided to the investigating detectives for them to review it and see if there was anything of evidentiary value on there?
That's correct.
Okay. Lastly then, were you provided a Samsung phone belonging to an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
I was.
And to your knowledge, was that recovered during a search warrant at his apartment and the phone was recovered from his bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to see, once you placed the phone on airplane mode, did the phone have a passcode?
This phone did not have a passcode.
Okay. Now, did you perform that same two-step process that we talked about you performing on Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And from Mr. Lychwick's phone, were you able to obtain a full file system extraction?
Yes.
Did you end up reviewing the extraction from Mr. Lychwick's phone, or would that have been provided to Detective Stern for additional analysis?
Again, just like the first phone, I did a preliminary review of the phone results. I bookmarked several items, but then I turned everything over to Detective Stern, again, who had a better view of the whole case in chief to review and find the evidence that was really important.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions for this witness? Mr. Lychwick is not responding to the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Attorney Thompson, why don't we take a short break?
I think that's perfect.
So I'm going to excuse the jury for about 5-10 minutes, and we will resume testimony after that. Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I'll just make a record of my observations of the defendant during that period of testimony. The defendant continued to remain seated in his wheelchair with his arms crossed. His eyes were closed for most of the testimony. When Detective Fine started testifying, he was appeared to be looking at Detective Fine through heavily squinted eyes, as though he were keeping them mostly closed, but still taking peeks at the detective when he testified. Otherwise, the defendant was similarly non-responsive as he has been so far for most of today. Anything the state wants to place on the record before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you? All right, we will break for 10 minutes. The appearances are the same. During the break, I was advised that Mr. Lychwick was cold and was requesting a blanket or some covering. So I authorized our bailiffs to look for something, and he's been provided with what looks like a pretty heavy-duty coat that was placed on him, and he is now wearing that coat, which, by the way, covers up the orange jail outfit, at least from the waist up. Otherwise, Mr. Lychwick remains in the wheelchair. Anything else before we bring the jury in, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick? Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Actually, Judge, there is one thing about scheduling. Sorry, I just thought
Go ahead.
about it. We do have several witnesses in line. We're calling one slightly out of order because we were competing with a Milwaukee County trial. The 3 witnesses at the end of our case in chief are fairly long, each of them. So my thought is that the state will probably rest sometime tomorrow, maybe later in the afternoon. But because we are competing with the Milwaukee County trial, we might finish a little bit early today because I don't want to call one of those really long witnesses, start them, and then break for the day. So while I think we'll be okay to get us through the rest of the day, I might run out of witnesses towards the end.
Is that other witness available? I ask that because I don't want to finish at 4 and then lose potentially an hour of testimony. I had intended to go a little bit longer today because we got off to a late start with the jury.
Okay.
If you are telling me, though, that you are in a position to potentially rest tomorrow afternoon, I'm okay ending the testimony a little bit early today because we have a lot of extra time then. But I don't want to end too early. So we'll deal with it as we go along. I understand what you're saying. We'll just kind of see where we're at, if that's okay.
Okay. I certainly don't think, we would be done by 3:30 today.
Okay. Well, let's do what you have with those remaining witnesses that you know to get on the stand today.
Okay.
And then we'll reassess that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I do want to just update you. I had a conversation with the parties about scheduling, and we are still very much on track in this trial. And maybe our initial estimation of 4 to 5 days for it may be too long, and we may be in position to finish well ahead of that. I don't want to make any promises, but I don't want you to worry that we're falling behind or anything like that. We are still very much on track. So, Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Detective Bryce Skolten, please.
All right. Detective, come up to the witness stand, please. And when you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Bryce Skolten, spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Skolten is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Are you a specialist or are you just a detective, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay. And how many years have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
11 years.
Directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you respond to an apartment located at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically respond to apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And that's in the city and county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Why did you respond to that particular apartment, sir?
I responded there with many other detectives to assist Detective Ben Stern, who was executing a search warrant at this residence.
And do you know who had rented this particular residence?
Yes, I do.
Who was that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned to assist with the search of that particular residence?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to search a specific area of the residence?
Yes, I was.
And what area were you assigned to search?
I was assigned to search the living room.
And did you in fact, then kind of a silly question, but just to make sure, did you in fact make entry into Mr. Lychwick's living room?
Yes, I did.
And when you entered his living room, did you locate a large quantity of paper and boxes?
Yes, I did.
And did you, in terms of the area of the living room, did you search a specific area within that living room?
Yes, I primarily searched the area nearest the windows. And there was a makeshift desk made out of cardboard boxes. There was a telephone there, and there was also filing cabinets in that area. So it was the area of the living room that probably was surrounded by the most paperwork and boxes.
And in addition to yourself, was there a Detective Bauer who assisted you with the search as well?
Yes.
Were you and Detective Bauer in close proximity to each other when this search took place?
Yes, standing right next to each other.
And was there a point in time when you were engaged in this search that you located many pieces of paperwork?
Yes.
And was it your opinion at that time that this paperwork that you had located had evidentiary value in this case?
That is correct.
And what did you do with this paper after you located it?
Because there was such a large quantity of paper, to put it in perspective, it was just boxes and boxes all lined like the side of the living room. And going through that, we quickly realized that we would be there all day if we went through all the paperwork right then and there. So anything that we looked like could be evidentiary value, we took to the side and we put it in 2 large cardboard boxes, and then we brought that back to the Waukesha Police Department. We went through it like much slower and read through everything then at the police department.
And when the paperwork was brought back to the Waukesha Police Department, do you know whether Detective Ben Stern was one of the officers who looked through it?
Yes, Detective Stern was there with me and several others.
Was Detective Stern on scene when the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment took place?
I believe he was.
And in terms of some of the paperwork that you located, are you familiar with a particular operation known as Operation Starling?
Yes, I am.
And in reference to this particular Operation Starling, can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What exactly is the connection between Operation Starling and this particular case?
So as we were going through the paperwork, we came across several different operations. Detective Bauer had located a piece of paper in the apartment that was Operation Slop Shop. This is different than that. It was located in a different folder that I found back at the police department, but this operation referenced Operation Slop Shop, and in it stated that Operation Slop Shop needed to be executed first. And then on the bottom of the paperwork, I believe it also stated, it was written in different ink, where it then stated that the operation could commence because Operation Slop Shop had been executed and all threats from that operation were neutralized. And I knew that from Bauer's piece of paper, that's where Maldonado's name was written on that. So that's how I know they were linked.
Do you know whether the piece of paper that described this Operation Starling was ever seized, sir?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And if I showed you a copy of that physical paper here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 147. I would ask permission to approach the witness.
Sure, let's have Mr. Lychwick view the exhibit first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 147 before it is used with this witness? Mr. Lychwick has looked at the court and not acknowledged the court. So Attorney Tombasco, you can approach the witness.
Thank you very much. Detective, just to identify, that exhibit I just handed you is marked State's Exhibit number 147. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that the piece of paper that from the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment that you or Detective Bauer seized?
This is the one that I seized at the police department.
And does that particular exhibit detail an Operation Starling on it?
Yes, it does.
And towards the bottom of that particular exhibit, what you just testified to regarding Operation Slop Shop, is that written in different colored ink at that bottom of that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it is. It's written in a different color ink.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the exhibit be received into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. The court will receive Exhibit 147.
Detective, directing your attention now to December 1st of 2024, did you receive a specific notification on that particular day in reference to Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to give the jury a little bit of context, at that point in time, had your department applied for and received a GPS warrant to track Mr. Lychwick's vehicle's movements?
Yes, we had.
And that was signed by a judge?
Yes.
So you didn't just willy-nilly slap a GPS signal on his car. You actually followed the correct legal process in order to obtain that.
That is correct.
And on December 1st of 2024, did you receive any sort of notification in reference to that GPS device?
Yes, I did.
And what did that notification provide to you?
That was a notification that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was leaving his residence.
And at this point, Detective, had Mr. Lychwick's phone been seized as part of the search of his residence?
Yes, it was.
And was there anything in particular found on his device that provided you with some insights of where you think Mr. Lychwick may have been going on that particular day?
Yes, I was informed by Detective Stern that there were some Google searches on the phone looking for different storage units up north, I think around the Oshkosh area.
So as a result of what you had learned in reference to this notification, what, if anything, did you and Detective Stern do next?
We were watching the location of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and then when we realized that he was not exhibiting normal driving behaviors, because we had been watching him for some time since this GPS had been on, he normally always stayed very local. Once we realized that he was going farther north, and that was outside of an abnormal pattern, we believe that he was potentially going to whatever storage unit he may have located from that Google search.
Did you and Detective Stern at that point then attempt to follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you were following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle out of Waukesha County, were you driving a fully marked police squad car at that point?
No, we were not. We were in an undercover vehicle.
So this undercover vehicle would look like any sort of normal vehicle that we might see on the roadway?
That is correct.
And is that to ensure that Mr. Lychwick did not, I guess for lack of a better term, figure out that the police were following him?
That is correct.
And at that point, was it you and Detective Stern who were driving this undercover vehicle together?
Yes, I was riding and Detective Stern was driving.
Did you ultimately follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle to a U-Haul storage facility?
Yes, we did.
And where was this U-Haul storage facility located?
Kimberly, Wisconsin. I believe it was 551 Marcella Drive.
If I told you your report said it was Marcella Street, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And for the record, is Marcella spelled Marcella?
Yes.
And well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. Did you and Detective Stern then follow him to the U-Haul storage facility or undercover vehicle?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. Did you and Detective Stern both follow the defendant's vehicle to that particular U-Haul facility in Kimberly?
Yes, we did. We caught up with Mr. Lychwick while he was at the U-Haul location.
And what did he do specifically when he arrived at this U-Haul facility?
When we arrived, his vehicle was parked on the north side of the building, and then he left several minutes later. We later found out that he had closed his account and closed his storage unit at this U-Haul facility, and emptied all of his belongings out of the storage unit.
Is it fair to say that he did not spend a great deal of time at this U-Haul facility?
No, I believe he was only on premise for approximately 20 minutes.
And so after Mr. Lychwick finished his business at the U-Haul facility, did he then turn around and drive back to Waukesha County?
Yes, he did.
And did you and Detective Stern at that point follow the defendant's vehicle back to Waukesha County?
Yes, we did.
And did you maintain a constant visual on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle make any stops on its path of travel back to Waukesha County?
No, it did not.
And who's driving your undercover vehicle at this point while you were following Mr. Lychwick?
Detective Stern.
And while Detective Stern was piloting the undercover vehicle that you were both in, did you utilize your phone to contact somebody?
Yes, I called the U-Haul storage facility that we were discussing, and I spoke with an employee there.
Detective, just to take a step back, based on your training and experience as a police officer, did you find the location of this particular storage unit in Kimberly suspicious?
Yes, I did.
Why did you find that sort of storage unit to be suspicious?
For several reasons. First off, the location and its proximity to Waukesha, where Mr. Lychwick resides. There's numerous storage units in our city and Waukesha County, as well as Milwaukee County. I also found out that through the search warrant at the residence, he kept detailed notes regarding his budget, and every month he would budget approximately $40 to $50 for gasoline for the month. I thought it was suspicious that being on a fixed income, he would, have a storage unit nearly 2 hours away and burning through that budget in one trip. So to us, it was clear that if he was trying to get a storage unit that far away, he was clearly trying to distance himself from whatever he was trying to put in that storage unit.
And when you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County, did you observe him toss anything out the window when he was driving back?
No.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Lychwick the only individual in the vehicle at that time?
That is correct.
Detective, was there a point in time in which you responded back to the U-Haul facility in Kimberly after you followed Mr. Lychwick back to Waukesha County on December 1st?
Yes, I responded back there with Detective Bauer on December 2nd.
And was there any particular reason why you had gone back to that facility, sir?
Yes, I went back to speak with the U-Haul employee, Brianna Maloney. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Brianna Maloney. I believe it's Maloney. She was the employee that I spoke to on the phone while riding back to Waukesha with Detective Stern. And she was the one that provided me all the information on the unit being closed and everything that day as well. So I responded up there to speak with her regarding pretty much our statement that she had given to me over the phone. So I took a written statement from her, locking in that conversation, as well as I walked through the storage unit confirming that there was no items left behind. And then I also met with her boss, Kenneth, who ran the U-Haul store, and I reviewed video surveillance from the day prior. And then I was able to gain all those videos of Mr. Lychwick while he was on property at the U-Haul store.
And sir, prior to your testimony in court here today, have you had an opportunity to review those surveillance videos from U-Haul?
Yes, I have.
And so if I was to show you those videos here today in court, would you be able to tell us whether or not those are the same videos that you reviewed at the U-Haul on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Just one moment, please, sir. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would just ask that we project the exhibit to the witness's screen. Detective, are you able to see what I just projected on the screen, or what the clerk just did, rather?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And
Do you recognize, I can scroll through each of these videos if you would like. It starts with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 93 and goes all the way to State's Exhibit Proposed 101. Do you recognize these particular exhibits, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you like me to scroll through all of them?
No, I should be okay.
Okay. And these are the same exhibits that you reviewed prior to your testimony in court here today. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the U-Haul surveillance footage that you reviewed when you were on scene on December 2nd of 2024?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move all these exhibits, starting with State's Exhibit 93 and then concluding with State's Exhibit number 101 into evidence. These are each separate video clips. They are appropriately time-stamped as well with the date.
Mr. Lychwick, do you object to the admission of Exhibits 93 through 101? The defendant remains silent. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask the court's permission to publish all of these videos to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those videos at this time? The defendant remains silent. The videos may be used with the jury.
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, just to make a record, Detective, can you see the timestamp that's listed on the bottom of this video?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when I start this video, this is December 1st of 2024, and it says 15:16 on the video clip. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you have any information from U-Haul about whether the timestamp on this particular video was accurate as reflected on this exhibit?
It was accurate.
Okay, and so this is 3:16 in the afternoon on December 1st of 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm stopping the video at, this is 3:16:13. Do you see an individual here depicted in this video? That's to the right, is towards the right side of the picture, wearing black hair and has a black coat on, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who is that individual?
That is Kevin Lychwick.
You've resumed playing the video at this point.
Yes, sir. And the state is stopping the video at 3:18 on December 1st of 2024.
That's 3:18 and 29 seconds on the timestamp.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, that video that we just showed the jury, is that Mr. Lychwick closing out his storage unit?
Yes, it is.
This has been now received as State's Exhibit number 94. This is time-stamped as December 1st, 2024, and it looks like 3:18. Is that all correct, Detective?
That's correct.
And stopping the video at 3:19:30 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit?
Yes,
Whose vehicle is that, sir?
that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
And continuing to play at 3:19:30. Now, Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit number 95. Again, this is December 1st of 2024 at 3:23 in the afternoon. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
There is a vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle as well?
yes, it is.
Stopping the video at 3:24:03 on December 1st of 2024. Is there a gentleman that we see in the upper left-hand corner who exits the vehicle, sir?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Lychwick?
yes, it is.
Do you know, based on your review of this footage, what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point in time?
Yes, he's pulled up to this gate that he came in, but this is only a one-way gate. This is only the entrance. So he's trying to motion to employees to open the gate. And then when no one does that, he will get back in his vehicle and then drive around the building and go out the exit.
Do you know whether or not this is before or after Mr. Lychwick had cleared out his storage unit?
This is after.
Resuming playing at 3:24 on December 1st, 2024, 3:24:03. And the state is stopping playing at 3:25:00 on December 1st, 2024. Detective, did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle remain at that gate for several minutes?
Yes,
And he attempted to get the attention of another U-Haul employee for the gate to be opened?
that is correct.
And he was unsuccessful in those efforts?
That's correct.
Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 96. It's time-stamped 3:14:54 on December 1st of 2024. And the state is stopping at 3:15:35 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle entering the property or exiting?
I do not believe that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
Okay. The state will resume again 3:15:37. Detective, Mr. Lychwick drove a Kia, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 97 that's been received. This is December 1st of 2024, 3:29 in the afternoon, is that right?
That is correct.
And this particular exhibit depicts the inside of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The state will start playing at 3:29:59. So the individual who was just depicted on this footage, that is not Mr. Lychwick, correct?
The male is Mr. Lychwick.
It is. Okay. Let's back it up then and look at it one more time. Again, starting at 3:29. And we're stopping it at 3:30:30 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see Mr. Lychwick now at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is he the gentleman who's wearing the black coat and blue jeans?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And this particular area of the U-Haul facility, sir, which is this, from your review of walking to the unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, is this the area in which his storage unit would have been in the facility?
No, so it's a little confusing. I believe right here, they're walking back to like the front desk area where as they were appearing there, I think they are coming in from the north side of the building. So after Mr. Lychwick clears out his building or out of his storage unit, and then he moves his vehicle over there, he eventually will move his car over the north side of the building and then enter into the building. And then this is him entering the building, I believe. So this will be before that.
Okay.
This next one. This is when he will be clearing out his storage unit.
And this is State's Exhibit 98. Is that right, sir?
Yes,
And this is 3:19 in the afternoon on December 1st, 2024.
correct.
And this is the outside area of the U-Haul facility. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe you just testified that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle will be coming into camera view shortly on this particular exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll let it run. And stopping it at 3:15:19. Is that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Resuming again, 3:15:19.
Hang on, the timestamp, you're reading it wrong, I believe. It's 3:19:41 is
Oh,
where you
excuse me.
stopped it.
Yes, that is correct. It is 3:19:41 on December 1st of 2024.
Excuse me.
and stopping it at 3:20:16 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see an individual depicted here who's exiting his vehicle now?
Yes, Mr. Lychwick will exit the driver's seat.
And does he pop the trunk area of his vehicle as well upon exiting the vehicle or before he exits the vehicle?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And at this point, Mr. Lychwick is the only individual who's in this particular vehicle from your review of the surveillance?
That's correct.
Letting this run again from 3:20:16. Stopping it at 3:20:32. Where is Mr. Lychwick entering at this particular point, Detective?
He's entering building C, which that is a hallway that door leads to a hallway. And there are storage units on both your left and right side in this building. His unit is, it will be down this hallway and on the right, the way he's walking.
I'm sorry, resuming playing at 3:20:32.
Attorney Tombasco, it looks like the video's locking up just for a couple of seconds at various points. I think it's resumed again here.
Okay. Would the court like me to go back or?
Why don't you go back just a couple of seconds?
Sure. Okay. And for the record, I'm restarting it at 3:22 exactly. And I'm stopping it now at, looks like 3:21:59, so just a few seconds before. Detective, do you see Mr. Lychwick in this vehicle?
He's at the rear of his vehicle, yes.
And do you know what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point?
He is loading duffel bags into the trunk of his vehicle.
Do you know whether these duffel bags that you're testifying to, were those the same duffel bags that were from his unit?
I believe so.
Okay. And resuming playing again, 3:29:59. Okay, I'm stopping the exhibit at 3:22:40. Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 99. This is time stamped as 3:14:28 on December 1st, 2024. stopping the exhibit at 31448. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is this the entrance area to the U-Haul facility?
Yes, it is.
Resuming playing 31448. I'm stopping the video at 3:15:55. Sir, is that Mr. Lychwick that you see exit the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And there's nobody else in that vehicle at that time upon his arrival, is that right?
That is correct.
And I have looks like just two more surveillance clips I'd like to share with you. The first is State's Exhibit 100. This is time-stamped as 3/18/28. And again, just to orient the jury, this is again the front of the U-Haul facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is stopped at 3/18/49 on December 1st, 2024. This is Mr. Lychwick again, sir?
That is correct.
And this is him getting back into his vehicle after entering the facility?
Yes, and then he'll follow the van and then that white SUV into the entrance.
Okay, we'll resume playing here at 3/18/49. Stopping the vehicle at the video 3/19/28. And then finally, Detective timestamp 3/23/24 on December 1st, 2024. This has been received as State's Exhibit 101. Stopping at 3/23/34. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is that after he was unable to access the gate that we showed on a prior exhibit?
He's actually driving up to it right now. So this is him. He has just left his storage unit because building C is the second one here. And his unit, he was parked on the far side. So he is fully loaded up and now he's going over to the initial fence that he came in, and then he won't be able to get through there. And then he will come back because the exit is right here to the right of your screen.
I see. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you were on scene at the U-Haul facility, did you request any paperwork related to the rental of the storage unit by Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I asked for what information they had on Mr. Lychwick.
Okay. And do you know ultimately, sir, whether You had testified earlier in this case that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County after he closed out his storage unit. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
And do you know whether there was a period of time in which Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was actually stopped?
I don't believe it ever did stop. There was, from the moment he left the U-Haul, there was, the vehicle was always moving.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which ultimately a traffic stop was effectuated on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes,
And was that the same day that he was coming back from the U-Haul facility?
that's correct.
Okay. And do you know whether, as a result of that traffic stop, his vehicle was searched?
It would eventually be after a search warrant was obtained.
So the vehicle was seized initially, and then a search warrant was applied for and received?
That is correct.
And do you know what, if anything, what was found as a result of that search?
Yes, I believe I called Detective Stern when I was at the U-Haul, informing him what I had observed on the cameras, where all of the items that Mr. Lychwick had loaded out of his storage unit were all in the trunk. And then Detective Stern told me later that a firearm was recovered in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you know whether any paperwork related to Mr. Lychwick's storage unit was found in that particular vehicle?
Yes, so when I responded back to Waukesha after being at the storage facility, I assisted with going through some of the paperwork that was in the vehicle. And I also located some paperwork, specifically the U-Haul contract that Mr. Lychwick had with U-Haul for the dates of that storage unit from November 1st until December 1st.
And
as well as MapQuest directions from his address to that location.
if I was to show you a copy of that paperwork here today in court, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Your Honor, this is another physical exhibit. It has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. I'm happy to show Mr. Lychwick a copy as well. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show him this exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 149? All right, the defendant just adjusted the collar on his jacket, but is refusing to acknowledge the court. So therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you so much. Detective, that exhibit has been marked as State's number 149. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that the paperwork that you recovered?
Just one moment. Just make sure it doesn't rub up against the microphone there, please. Thank you.
Detective, may I go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Detective, if you know, is that particular U-Haul paperwork what was recovered from the search of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the copy of the U-Haul contract as well?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm out of the exhibit and evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 149, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 149 is received into evidence.
Thank you. Detective, is there a name on that particular contract?
Yes, there is.
What is the name listed on that contract?
Conrad Lychwick.
And do you know anything in reference to the name Conrad of any significance in this case?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that?
I know Mr. Lychwick goes by the first name of Conrad.
And when the individual who rented that particular storage unit did so, does there an address that particular person provided?
Yes, they did.
And what address was provided?
1512 East North Street, apartment number 11.
And do you know whether or not that is in fact Mr. Lychwick's address?
It is.
And does the paperwork contain any information concerning any promotions that U-Haul was running at the time this rental took place?
I don't know if there's like any promotions on here, but I do know that the staff members there told me that they were running a 1 month free promotion during that time. And it is indicated on this document 1 month free.
Is that 149?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have, Detective. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? Okay, Detective, you may step down. I'll take those exhibits, please. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Brianna Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, you can come all the way up here to the witness stand to my left. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
All right, you may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself positioned nice and close to that, where you are. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Brianna Maloney, Brianna, Maloney, Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, how are you currently employed?
I work for the Montana Conservation Corps
And how long have you been employed with the Montana Conservation Corps?
since February of this year.
Prior to your employment with the Minnesota Conservation Corps, did you work at a U-Haul facility located at 551 Marcellus Street in Kimberly, Wisconsin?
Yes,
How long were you employed at that U-Haul location?
roughly 2 years.
Were you working at the U-Haul facility in Kimberly on December 1st of 2024?
Yes.
What was your position at U-Haul at that time?
I was an assistant manager.
As an assistant manager, what were your roles or responsibilities?
I managed and helped take care of 4 storage facilities and also worked one-on-one with customers over the customer service desk.
At the time, on or about December 1st of 2024, was this particular U-Haul facility running any kind of special promotion as it related to the first month's rent?
Yeah, we gave the first month free to new storage customers.
Had that been something that was ongoing and it's done for every new customer, or was that promotion only for a specific time frame?
That was ongoing for a longer period of time, yeah.
As part of your role as an assistant manager, are you familiar with any receipts or agreements or paperwork that is generated between U-Haul and either a new customer or ongoing customers?
Yes, when they sign up to have a storage unit with us, they sign a rental agreement, and then we also have a digital contract online in our own system.
When someone closes out a storage unit or closes out their account, are they then provided with any kind of receipt once that closeout is completed?
No.
Okay.
Can I change the last answer, actually? It is provided if they want it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Permission to approach?
You may.
Now, Ms. Maloney, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. There are several documents in individualized heat-sealed portions of this plastic, and I would just ask that you review each one and then let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, now in looking at Exhibit 149 and each of those documents, are you familiar with those or have you seen those before?
Yes, I've seen all of these, and the map of the facility actually has my handwriting on it.
It does, okay. Now, with this particular set of paperwork in front of you, can you see a customer's name anywhere on any of those documents?
Yeah, on actually the move-out receipt, Conrad Lychwick.
Okay, now, When you were working on December 1st of 2024, did you make face-to-face contact with this customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Not face-to-face, no.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Lychwick came into this U-Haul facility to move out his items and close out his account?
That I am aware of, yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was in the general vicinity when it happened. I wasn't in the same room. And my colleague that I was working with at that day let me know of the situation because he had come in to ask for our assistance with the move out.
And then did Mr. Lychwick have any balance, or did he have to pay anything once he closed out his storage unit?
No, he did not.
Does it say on that receipt what the storage unit number was?
Yes, room 679.
Okay. Now, do you recall maybe morning or afternoon when Mr. Lychwick had come to the U-Haul facility, or at least do you remember when you first knew that he was there?
Yes, it was in the afternoon, maybe between 3 and 3:30.
Okay. Now, what is standard practice for U-Haul employees once somebody moves their items out of a storage facility if they've closed their account?
Standard practice is we close their account and then we'll go outside or to wherever the unit is. We verify that there's no longer a lock on the unit and verify that there's no items left in there. And then if that is the case, that it's empty, we make it ready to rent for the next customer.
The afternoon of December 1st of 2024, did you receive a call from law enforcement regarding Mr. Lychwick's storage unit?
Yes.
Was that out of the ordinary for you to get a phone call from law enforcement about a customer storage unit?
Yes, very much so.
What, without telling me exactly, sorry, strike that, I'll rephrase that. Did the officer who was on the phone with you ask about a customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Yes, he said Kevin or Conrad, but yes.
Okay, thank you for correcting me.
Mhm.
Were you able to answer him in terms of whether you knew of a customer by the name of Kevin or Conrad Lychwick had been on the premises?
Yes, I told him that we did have him as a customer about 15 minutes before because he had just finished moving out and left already.
At that point, did you go and check to make sure all of the items were removed from that storage unit?
After the phone call, yes.
Okay, about how long was the phone call, do you know?
Maybe 5-10 minutes long, not very long.
Had Mr. Lychwick already left the premises when you got the call from law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you end up speaking in person with any law enforcement officers on December 1st of 2024?
I don't believe we spoke in person on that day. It was the following day that they came in and I spoke to them that day.
Okay. Okay. And when you checked that storage unit, it was completely empty. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Very well. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any questions for this witness on cross-examination? All right, Ms. Maloney, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Could you hand that exhibit to me, please? Thank you. Attorney Tom Bosco?
David Plata, Your Honor, be our next witness.
All right, so you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to get sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is David Plata, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Plata, P-L-A-T-T-A.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Mr. Plata. Can you please tell the jury what your rank within the Waukesha Police Department is, sir?
I'm a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm in my...
To October 30th of 2024. Did you respond to 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did you respond to assist with the death investigation at that time, sir?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that particular location, were you tasked with specifically assisting with the search of apartment 13?
Yes.
And apartment 13, who resided in apartment 13 at that particular residence?
At the time, it was victim Carlos.
Okay. Is his last name Maldonado?
Yes.
And at the, did you in fact make entry into that particular apartment, sir?
Yes.
And when you made entry into the apartment, can you describe the condition of that particular apartment?
The apartment looked like a normal apartment, normal life. There didn't appear to be any sort of signs of struggle. Didn't appear to be anything in disarray. It was a lived-in look in the apartment with nobody in it.
Did it appear to you to be fairly clean?
Yes.
And 2 days later, then, directing your attention to November 1st of 2024, did you respond back to apartment 13 at that particular residence?
Yes.
And were you tasked or were you specifically doing something specifically at apartment 13 on that day, sir?
Yeah, we were doing a more thorough investigation for suspicious circumstances, and it involved photography, a more detailed search of the apartment, and looking for any sort of signs of other evidence.
Did you process that particular apartment using a concept known as blue star latent blood stain reagent?
Yes.
And is reagent spelled R-E-A-G-E-N-T?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Blue star reagent is basically a different version of luminol. It will cause fluorescence if the presence of blood. We use that to see if there's any of the stains in the apartment were possibly blood. Throughout the apartment, I tested numerous different locations of stains. The only spot that had a slight reaction was the bathroom sink. However, which was a very minimal reaction, upon examining that, we did not observe any sort of blood or tissue or anything that was in the sink or around it, and the reaction was so minimal, it was determined that it could have been just through natural use of the sink for shaving or other situations.
If Carlos had been killed in that, or excuse me, Mr. Maldonado had been killed in that particular apartment that he lived in, would you expect to have seen more of a reaction when you did the blue star latent blood stain reagent?
It would depend on how or where he was killed. If he was killed on something that in there that could have been removed and that would have absorbed any blood, then we would not have had any reaction. But if it was not, we would probably expected to find at least some sort of reaction or something. If he was injured, that there would be something of like where he tried to clean up from an injury, that there would be the reaction in a tub or a sink or somewhere.
And do you have any specialized training and experience that allows you to appropriately operate this blue star latent blood stain region analysis?
Yes, I've had training from the Milwaukee Crime Lab for the use of this reagent.
And just in terms of your experience, how many times have you utilized this practice in the scope of your employment?
About a total of 6 times so far.
Now, Detective, directing your attention now a little bit forward to December 2nd of 2024. On that particular day, were you called to provide service for the search warrant?
Yes.
And you were called in to provide service of a search warrant regarding Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And when you arrived on the scene where Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was, were you tasked to do something specifically?
I assisted with the collection of evidence from the vehicle. My partner did most of the photography of it. Once evidence was collected and secured, I assisted in processing a couple of items that were recovered.
Do you know whether there was a particular boot that belonged to Mr. Lychwick that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, there was a heavier outside utility type boot.
Type of boot, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything specifically with reference to this boot?
Yes, I observed that there was kind of a reddish stain on the boot, so we collected a couple swabs of it in case it was possibly blood for further analysis.
And you used the word swab. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What do you mean by swab?
For swabs, we have, they're sterile swabs. They're basically like a large Q-tip. They come in a package of 2. It's sterile from there. We remove it. We swab the item with like a wipe or 2, kind of like we're wiping it down, and then secure it into a sterile packaging for a cardboard box in order to maintain the integrity of any possible like DNA evidence from it.
And did you swab specific areas on this boot?
Yes, the areas of the reddish substance.
And just to remind the jury again, which areas did you observe the red substance on?
It was on the bottom of it and a little bit on this side of the boot.
Based on your training and experience, is that red substance consistent with that of being human blood?
At the time, I did not know if it was suspected blood. I would not be able to say for sure at the time if it was 100% human blood or not. It just was a suspicious reddish substance at the time.
And what happened to the swabs that you actually executed with respect to this item? What happened after you finished with them?
I packaged them and sealed them, and I believe my partner would have taken them down to the crime lab at some point.
And who was your partner at this point?
Specialist Andrew Schmidt.
And did you collect a total of 4 sets of swabs as it relates to this boot?
Yes.
When you were assisting with the search of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, were you made aware of any firearms that were inside the vehicle?
Yes, there was one firearm located.
And do you know where this firearm was located?
I believe it was located in the trunk.
And when you were on scene, were you asked to also swab this particular firearm?
I did not swab the firearm on scene. We collected the firearms and all the rest of the evidence once we got it back into our processing area. Then that's where I swabbed the scene as we could maintain it in as sterile of an environment as possible for processing.
So basically the reason why you did not swab that firearm on scene was the environment was not appropriate.
It was, yes, correct. It was outdoor in our pole barn with numerous other items nearby. We wanted to keep it secured, isolated, so to prevent any sort of cross-contamination. Once we were able to finish that, we brought the items in so I could swab it in a more sterile environment to avoid any sort of contamination.
And when you completed the swabs of both the boot and this firearm, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And why were you wearing gloves?
To prevent any sort of contamination from either my DNA getting onto the item or, transferring DNA from other items.
Is that a standard practice in your department?
Correct. We handle items with gloves, and then when we're going to do DNA, we set up the items, set up our area, put on a fresh pair of gloves that has not touched anything other than anything until we are ready to swab the items, at which point we grab the sterile swabs, process the firearm, secure everything, and then repackage it. So the pair of gloves has not touched any items belonging to the suspect, myself, or the PD. They are removed from the box, put on, process the firearm, and then items are secured.
And the firearm that you located in Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, was it a silver Luger P-08?
Yes.
And in terms of the area that you swabbed this firearm, which areas did you swab specifically on this firearm?
I swabbed the grip area of the firearm, I swabbed the slide of the firearm, and then the trigger area of the firearm.
And why did you swab those particular areas of the weapon, sir?
Just from firearm handling, I know those are the primary areas that somebody will manipulate. So I try to collect those 3 swabs to have the highest potential for locating a person's DNA on the firearm.
So the reason why you swab those particular areas is because those are the commonly used areas if an individual's DNA would be on the particular firearm. Those would be the areas.
Yes.
Is that an appropriate clarification?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know ultimately, sir, the swabs that you collected from this Luger firearm, what happened to them after you finished with them?
Again, my partner, Specialist Schmidt, took them down to the crime lab for testing.
And do you know whether the crime lab is able to do a further analysis of these types of swabs when they receive it?
Yes.
Just 1 second, sir. Yeah. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask any cross-examination questions of this witness? All right, specialist, you may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, our next witness would be Specialist Andy Schmidt.
Okay. Specialist, you may come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may have a seat. Get yourself positioned by the microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Andrew Schmidt. Last name is spelled Schmidt.
And your first?
Andrew, Andrew.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Specialist Smith, where are you employed, sir?
City Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I'm in
sir?
my 21st year.
And as a specialist, are you assigned to a specific area, or can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What does it mean that you're in fact a specialist?
I work in our evidence and forensics unit, which is a promotional position from the patrol position.
And sir, directing your attention to November 8th of 2024, on that particular day, do you recall transporting some items to the crime lab for analysis?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury a little bit more? So what is the process by which items that are seized are brought to the crime lab for further analysis?
It depends on the type of case that we're investigating. The crime lab has certain limits to what can be submitted, or they have limits on how many items can be submitted, depending on the, area of study that you want the crime lab to analyze. For example, DNA initially will usually only take 10 items, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on the approval process that you have to go to.
And so when an item is submitted to a crime lab for further analysis, what is sent to the lab memorialized in some manner?
Yes, they have us write up a transmittal, which describes the item, the property number that is associated with the item that we're taking down there, as well as information on the case as well.
Okay. And so are you familiar with these transmittal forms? Meaning if I was to show you that here today in court, would you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would ask that we show the witness what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 109. Sir, are you able to see the exhibit or no?
You have to slide it over.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Now are you able to see it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, is this the normal routine form that would contain what you submitted to the crime lab, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that fairly and accurately depicts the form that you would normally submit to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you submitted on this particular day. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 109 being received? It will be received.
Okay. Now, sir, in terms of this particular item, did you transmit to the crime lab several different items that are identified as white rope?
I did.
Okay. Do you know the significance of that white rope in terms of the investigation?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Okay. What is the significance, sir?
White rope or rope-like substances had been located around the victim. And we had also, and that white rope in particular on this transmittal was obtained during the autopsy process.
Okay. And sir, on this particular date as well, did you submit a cardboard box that contained copper-colored metal projectiles?
I did.
And what is the, in fact, did you submit 2 cardboard box containing projectiles?
Yes.
And what is the significance of these projectiles, sir?
Those projectiles were located within the tarp where the victim had been located.
Okay. And so these 2 projectiles had come from the victim in this case?
Yes, that's what it was believed.
Just one moment, sir. Yeah. And to clarify the location of each projectile, one came from the victim's head, is that right?
I wasn't at the autopsy. I just had picked them up, but according to the transmittal, yes.
Okay. And then the second one came from the victim's torso?
Yes.
Okay. Special Smith, directing your attention now to December 2nd of 2024. Were you involved in the search of the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's vehicle on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And in his particular vehicle was a Kia, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the Kia was a gray colored vehicle in nature?
Yes.
And in terms of the search of the vehicle, where specifically did this vehicle search take place?
The vehicle search took place in the Waukesha Police Department's pole barn.
Okay. And was the vehicle actually transported there from the site of a traffic stop?
It was, yes.
And why was the vehicle transported to that particular location that you just testified to so the search could commence?
Because we wanted to search the vehicle, and we knew that there were several items in that vehicle. So the pole barn was chosen because there was more room to operate and to conduct a better and methodical search.
And you used the word methodical in terms of the vehicle search. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify that just a little bit more?
Knowing how this investigation was going, we wanted to make sure that we searched the vehicle thoroughly and also documented the items that we removed from the vehicle appropriately. I've been a part of searches in the past where vehicles kind of get ransacked and people don't understand where items came from. That's not what we wanted to do with this investigation. We wanted to make sure that everything was thoroughly documented and where it came from.
Okay. And in terms of the, is it fair to say that the search of the vehicle was not only methodical, but it was deliberate as well?
It was.
Okay. And were certain measures or steps taken in order to preserve the integrity of the vehicle search when it was conducted?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what were those steps, sir?
Each compartment of the vehicle was searched individually, and as items were removed from that vehicle, we had placed clean white tarps down on the ground, so that way we wouldn't get anything dirty or contaminated. Each of those white tarps was labeled with the compartment of the car that it came from. We didn't move on to another compartment of the vehicle until we were done and satisfied that we had thoroughly searched that compartment of the car and we had satisfied what we were looking for.
So essentially you put out separate labels to denote each specific area of the vehicle so you knew what item came from what location of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And that was for better record keeping labor, so there was never any doubt about which item came from what location.
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know whether Mr. Lychwick's vehicle trunk was searched?
It was.
Okay. And as a result of that search, do you know whether any particular firearms were located, sir?
A firearm was located in the trunk, yes.
And what type of firearm was that, if you recall, sir?
It was a semi-automatic pistol that was of the Luger style from a World War II era.
And sir, if I showed you a copy of that firearm here today in court, do you think you would recognize it from the search?
I would.
Okay. Yeah, I may approach the clerk to obtain some scissors and gloves.
You may.
I got the gloves here. Do you have a pair of scissors, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 157. I would ask the court's permission now to approach the witness so I can show him this specific exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine 157 first? All right, Mr. Lychwick looked at the court and did not acknowledge the court. So Attorney Tombasco, you may approach with it.
Thank you very much. And Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I've also supplied this witness with a pair of scissors from your clerk, as well as a set of black gloves as well. Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the gun box that the firearm that we had seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was collected in.
And you are aware which type of firearm is located within that particular glove box?
I am.
And there is something taped to the package of that exhibit. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
What is that?
The bullets that were included with the magazine originally, and the 2 test-fired projectiles that came from the crime lab that were also packaged originally inside the box.
And can you give us a little bit more? What exactly is a gun box, sir?
A gun box is a standard cardboard box that we typically package firearms in.
And is that box completely sealed, sir?
It is.
Okay. And that is indeed the firearm as you recall it when it was seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm over the exhibit and evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the exhibit 157, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. That will be received.
Detective, I'm going to ask you with the court's permission in a few moments to actually break the seal on that particular gun, but is it completely sealed at this point, sir?
It is.
And why is that?
So that way we don't have any cross-contamination issues later on.
And is that firearm labeled in some manner?
Yes, there is a barcoded label on the front of it, as well as labels from the crime lab from where they processed and analyzed it.
And before I actually ask you to break the seal, is that firearm been rendered safe, sir?
It has.
Okay. There's no ammunition in the weapon at this point?
No.
Okay. But are there some bullets that are on the exterior of that gun case as well?
There are.
Okay. And is that how you found that, or can you provide the jury with a little bit more information concerning that?
I had, knowing that this firearm was going to be brought in for an exhibit, I had removed the packaging that was included inside the box. Prior history with courts, sometimes the judges don't want ammunition inside the box, so I wanted to remove it ahead of time if it was not going to be allowed.
And Your Honor, at this point, I know it's a very sensitive exhibit, but I would ask that the witness be allowed to break the seal and then published by walking back and forth to show the jury the firearm.
Any objection to that proposal, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, I will grant that request.
And before we do that, actually, I thought of one other thing as well. Is there a magazine, sir, that's still contained in that box as well?
There is.
Okay. Is that the magazine that came from that particular firearm?
It is.
Okay. I would ask now that the witness be allowed to break the seal.
All right, you may proceed.
And sir, if you wouldn't mind just doing a couple of passes back and forth so the jury can actually see what it is that you're actually holding in your hand, sir.
record will reflect that the witness has displayed the contents of the box. The firearm is still zip tied to the box, so it was displayed in that fashion back and forth to the jury.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Specialist Schmidt, when that firearm was discovered, was there anything in particular that you located of evidentiary value on the barrel?
There were some blue rags that appeared to be like shop rags that were attached to the firearm with several rubber bands.
Okay. And when the search was completed, was that disrupted in any way, or was that just the way that you found it?
That was just the way we had found it.
So you didn't add either the towel or the rubber bands when you transported it back to your evidence room for safekeeping?
No.
Now, Specialist Schmidt, when you were engaged in the search of this particular vehicle, did you locate any ammunition that correspond to that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that here today in court, would you recognize it from that particular search?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, or excuse me, Specialist Smith, did you transport any of the projectiles that came from the victim in this case?
To the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And so would you recognize them here today in court if I showed them to you?
Yes.
And Your Honor, once again, I have two physical exhibits here. They're marked as 155 and 156. I'm happy to show them as well to Mr. Lychwick. I would ask that I be allowed to approach the witness after doing so and show these to him.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits 155 and 156? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Sir, showing me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and 156. Can you please just tell us what are those two exhibits, sir?
The two exhibits are cardboard boxes with our Waukesha police evidence inventory labels on them. And then heat sealed above them are two metal projectiles.
And do you know whether those two projectiles were the ones that came from the victim in this case?
Yes, those are the ones.
And again, you did transport those to the lab for further analysis. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the two exhibits into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to 155 and 156? Hearing no objection, they are received.
Thank you. Specialist Nelson, I asked you a few moments ago about some of the towels that were found on the Luger firearm. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Why were those not disturbed when you located this firearm in the defendant's trunk?
Given the circumstances of this investigation, it was decided to not disturb them or to try to remove them. Our expertise in firearms is pretty substantial. However, the crime lab has better quality control and they're able to better process those items more than what we're capable of.
And sir, was there a point in time in this investigation where you made another run and brought additional items to the crime lab?
I transported items 2 separate times to the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether one of those times involved buccal swabs that came from Mr. Lychwick himself?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can I just have this next exhibit displayed for the witness as well? Sir, are you able to see this on your screen?
Yes,
Okay. And this has been marked as State's Exhibit number 108. Is that right, sir?
that is correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you transmitted? Well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. This is another form for transmittal of evidence to the crime lab. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is another example of something that you brought to the state crime lab for further analysis. Is that right?
It is correct.
Okay. And when we scroll down on this particular form, does it indicate what specifically you brought to the crime lab?
It does.
And what did you bring to the crime lab, sir?
4 DNA swabs from the defendant obtained from his left and right cheek.
And do you know when these were brought to the crime lab, sir?
Shortly after December 6th.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to this exhibit, Mr. Lychwick? There is no objection from the defendant. Attorney Tombasco, this was 108.
It is, let me scroll up really quick. It is 108, Your Honor. That is right.
That will be received.
Sir, when a buccal swab is typically brought to the lab, is it very common for such a sample to be later tested by the crime lab?
If it's requested to, yes.
So you mentioned just a few moments ago that you had made a third trip with items that were recovered to the crime lab. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that trip, sir?
I made a trip December 5th, I believe.
Okay. And sir, when you made that trip or prior before you made that trip, would you have also filled out a transmittal form for that particular trip as well?
Yes, each trip to the crime lab requires its separate transmittal.
Okay. And sir, are you able to see a form that that's, well, it's been marked now as State's Exhibit 110 on your screen?
The exhibit number isn't there, but I do see the form. Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, I would ask that this exhibit be referenced as State's Exhibit 110. There is no number on it, but that's what I would be requesting.
I'm sorry. There was a comment I missed.
Sure, sure. I would be asking that this be marked as State's Exhibit number 110.
Sure, it will be. Just make sure that when it gets into the record, it has that appropriate sticker on it.
Sure, absolutely, Your Honor. And so you are able to see this exhibit as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this particular exhibit, does it indicate whether some particular swabs were sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
And specifically, does it indicate several swabs for DNA from several boots?
Yes.
Do you know whose boots these are that were swabbed?
These were boots that were located in the defendant's vehicle.
So these were Mr. Lychwick's boots?
Yes.
And in addition to that, does it also indicate whether a swab of a particular firearm was administered or submitted as well?
Yes.
And that was a Luger pistol?
Yes.
And that was the same Luger pistol that you found in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 110, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, it will be received.
Specialist, do you know whether the boots that were swabbed were seized by the police in this case?
They were. We wouldn't swab them without seizing them.
Okay. And if I showed you those here today in court, would you be able to recognize whether those were the boots that were actually seized?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, these have been marked as State's Exhibit 150 for the right and State's Exhibit number 150A for the left boot. Once again, I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lychwick if he would like. I'd be asking to approach the witness.
Attorney Tombasco, you said 150 and 150A?
Correct. 150 is for the right boot and 150A is for the left boot.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine those before they are presented to the witness? Mr. Lychwick doesn't respond despite making eye contact with the court. You may proceed.
Thank you. So just to kind of set the stage a little bit, those two exhibits that I handed you, they are sealed. Is that right?
They are.
And is that the common procedure for evidence that is seized, that it is sealed in that manner?
Yes.
And is that, again, to prevent any contamination?
Yes.
And so those two particular items have not been tampered with or altered with in any way. They are just as you received them when they were recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 150 and 150A? Hearing none, it is received, or they are received.
Thank you. And I would be asking at this point for the court to allow this witness to break the seal on these items and again show them to the jury.
Any objection to that process, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, you may proceed.
Is there any particular order you want me to open them?
No.
You got the first one open.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, sir, I would, with the court's permission, of course, I would ask that you just do a couple of passes so the jury can actually see.
Why don't we have both boots opened
Okay.
and then they can be published at the same time?
Perfect.
For sure. You want me to hold them up together? Or?
Yes, please.
This is 150.
And Your Honor, I would just ask, is the witness able to stand and actually show them that way? It might be easier for the jury to see if we do it that way.
That's fine.
Swipe back and forth.
I think I just said that we'd like you to just stand at the witness stand. If you could just hold them up, and I'll ask that the record reflect the witness is holding up both the boots that have been received as an exhibit for the jury's view.
It will reflect.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask this witness any questions on cross-examination? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Therefore, specialist, you may step down.
Thank you. Do you want these items?
You can, I'll tell you what, why don't you hand me the items except for the box?
Okay.
I'm going to have my deputy or one of the deputies take possession of the box for right now.
Judge, we're actually going to need that for the next witness. Is it okay? Can we just leave it in close proximity so I can have my next witness reference it? Thank you.
Do you have another witness you want to call this afternoon?
We do. We have Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, the court may call its next witness. Or excuse me, the state may call its next
Yeah,
witness.
we call Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Ms. Crawford, you can come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. When you get yourself positioned by the microphone right there, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Jessica Crawford, JESSICA
You may proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Crawford. Can you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And specifically, are you employed within the Division of Forensic Science?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's Forensic Sciences, right? Plural?
Correct.
Okay. And your official title is Firearms and Tool Marks Examiner. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you held your current position, ma'am?
Approximately 10 years.
And do you have any specific education that qualifies you to hold your current position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science from Fort Hays State University.
And have you completed any specialized training or experience that qualifies you to hold your current position, ma'am?
Yes, I have completed the Firearm and Toolmark Examiner training program that is provided by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And as a part of your career, do you participate in any continuing education and or training requirements?
I do.
And does this allow you to remain current on topics in your field?
It does, yes.
Yep. Can you give the jury just a sample? What sort of continuing education or training do you participate in?
So we receive what we call proficiency tests. We receive a few of those each year that test us on the different disciplines in which we work. These are provided to us by a third-party organization and given to us in the form of a black box study. So essentially, we don't know the results. We do the work as casework, and then we return the results to the organization, and they provide us with results after the fact to ensure that we are staying competent on the work that we provide.
And throughout your career, have you ever been asked to present at conferences regarding topics in your field?
Yes.
And can you give the jury a sample? What topics have you presented on?
I present on evidence handling. I have presented on firearm and tool mark examination, and I have presented on Daubert hearings, which is a motion throughout the courts.
And have you testified in court before, ma'am?
I have, yes.
How many times have you testified?
About 120 times.
And Ms. Crawford, are you familiar with a concept that's known as firearms identification?
Yes.
Can you please just tell the jury, what is firearms identification?
With firearms identification, we are looking at firearms and firearm-related evidence like fired cartridge cases and fired bullets or projectiles. And we are comparing the fired bullets and projectiles to the firearm or to each other.
And as part of the 120 times that you've testified in court, have you ever testified regarding firearms identification?
Exclusively.
Okay, so the 120 times you've testified have all been related to firearms identification.
Yes.
Okay, and the specific training and experience and education that you've just defined, is all of that in relation to that particular topic, firearms identification?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and ma'am, are you familiar with a document that's known as a statement of qualifications?
I am.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what is that?
A statement of qualifications is essentially a working resume. So it will have information regarding the work that I have done, the trainings I have done, the testimonies I have done within my time frame at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Okay, and ma'am, well, Madam Clerk, if we could just project this on the witness's screen. Ms. Crawford, I'm just going to show you this document. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 113, and I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Is this your statement of qualifications, ma'am?
This looks like the first page of it. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through and just let me know if it all looks correct.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your statement of qualifications, is that right?
It is, yes.
Okay. And as part of your career, is it an expectation that you maintain this type of document?
Yes.
And that is so you can testify in court regarding what you do on a daily basis?
Correct.
Yep. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 113? The defendant does not respond. The exhibit will be received.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the court receive Ms. Crawford as an expert witness pursuant to WISC Stat 907.02 subsection 1, specifically in the field of firearms identification.
That is for the jury to determine.
Okay. Ms. Crawford, in relation to your work at the Wisconsin State, and what type of weapon is this?
This is a Germany Mauser, a model Luger 42 or 1939, 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, and then there's also something on this one that says with six landing grooves, right and twist, excuse me, rifle barrel. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The 6 lands and grooves and right-hand twist rifle barrel would indicate the characteristics of the interior of the barrel of this firearm.
And when you receive a weapon at your particular lab, are there some sort of stickers that are noted on it when it receives?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that there's the firearm should be close by. If I could just use that with the witness, please.
Sure. The witness can use the gun box right there, which is identified as Exhibit 157.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Crawford, do you have Exhibit number 157 in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And is that, are there stickers on that came from your lab?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Crawford, the previous witness has testified that the firearm has been rendered safe too. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. So now moving down, there's a section that says item AD2. Can you just explain that for the jury?
AD2 is a magazine that has 7 unfired 9mm caliber cartridges with it.
And is this an item that you would have received in your laboratory for testing?
Correct.
Okay, so you received, at the time that this Luger firearm was sent to you, also included with the submission was a magazine and then some unfired 9mm cartridges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then continuing to move down, there's an item I and an item J. Do you see that as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you please explain what is item I and what is item J?
Item I is 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist. Item J is also 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist impression.
So these items I and item J, these are also items that were submitted to you for testing as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe these items have also been previously received. If we could just show those to the witness as well.
They should be right there for the witness as well. Those are, those were part of 157, correct?
Yes.
They're on the box.
INJ here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item I and J, Attorney Thompson, did you pull out exhibits 155 and 156?
I did, yes, they were up there. Those are the projectiles recovered from the victim's head and torso during the autopsy.
Sure. So just so the record's clear, then with reference to item I and item J, those refer to exhibits 155 and 156.
Thank you very much. So you have those in front of you, ma'am, as well?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, with respect to all 3 of those items, are there yellow stickers indicated on each item?
There are, yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more?
So the yellow barcode sticker is something that's applied to each piece of evidence as it's received from law enforcement to the crime lab. It provides a laboratory case number and a laboratory item designation, and the barcode allows us to track and follow the chain of custody throughout the laboratory as the item is worked.
Okay. And again, moving down the report, if I could, please, you had testified earlier that you test fired this particular weapon, this Luger firearm that you received. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when you test fired this particular weapon, did you find there to be any malfunctions regarding it?
I did not.
Okay. So the weapon was capable of recycling a bullet through it. Is that right?
Yes, it did function.
Okay. I'm just going to take the exhibit down for 1 second here, ma'am. Actually, Madam Clerk, can we bring the exhibit back up to the witness at this point?
Just for the witness?
Yes, please. Ma'am, is there a section of your, well, first and foremost, do you have this document in front of you as well, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Do you see a section in this report that's called microscopic comparison conclusion?
Yes, I do see. I just see the title at this time.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
So microscopic comparison is going to be a comparison of the class and individual characteristics of a fired piece of evidence. So say we would take these test fired cartridge cases and bullets, we would then do a microscopic comparison to fired evidence like cartridge cases or bullets that were received, to compare the markings that are left over on those bullets and cartridge cases from the firing process that are imparted from the firearm onto those pieces of evidence. We use what's called a comparison microscope, and we compare them by using two stages or two microscopes that are connected by one optical bridge. And I look at both objects simultaneously, comparing the microscopic striations and impressions to each other in order to come to a conclusion.
And ma'am, just to kind of flesh that out just a little bit more, actually, before I do that, Your Honor, we've now switched computers. Can we just now, once again, place this back on the screen for the jury? I just didn't want the jury to see my questions.
Oh, for the jury?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yes, please. Yep.
So exhibit 114 will again be displayed to the jury.
If we zoom in a little bit more on that. So ma'am, you were just testifying about this, the section microscopic comparison conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're performing a comparison on what is listed as item I and item J, is that right in there?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you're doing then is you're performing a comparison between what you received, which is item I and item J, with the bullets or the projectiles that you have in your laboratory. Is that right?
Correct. The ones that I fired through the firearm compared.
Okay. And when a firearm is recycled through a particular weapon, in this case, 1939 Luger, does the cartridge have any specific markings or something that would indicate it came from that particular weapon?
That is my experience.
Yep. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
So during the manufacturing process, when a firearm is being made, it's being made with tools. As those tools are forging those different parts, those tools are changing in themselves. So I like to think of it like a piece of chalk. So say you have a fresh piece of chalk and you take it and you score it on the ground. When you look at that end, you're going to see some striations, you're going to see some impressions from the ground that you just rubbed it against. Now, if you were to take it and do it again, you may still see some of those striations and impressions from that first time, but there may be some subtle or different changes that are happening during each time that you're marking that piece of chalk. So the tools that are used in the manufacturing process are similar in the sense that as they wear through each item that they're making, they also have slight changes. So that's where we have that difference between class characteristics and individual characteristics. A class characteristic will be something that's done, decided in manufacturing. So something like the caliber or that amount of lands and grooves, that would be something that was decided and is a class characteristic. I would expect that many Lugers would have a 6 right-hand twist barrel. Those microscopic striations and impressions that are happening during that manufacturing process, where those tools are then wearing through each piece that it's making, those are going to be those individual characteristics, those microscopic striations and impressions that we're using in order to identify a particular gun back to the pieces of evidence that we receive.
I see. Thank you for that explanation. And so so again, referring you back to the item that's listed as AD1, the weapon that you received, and then the 2 items that you spent regarding item I and item J. Do you have an opinion regarding whether items I and item J came from item AD1 based on your testing?
I do.
Yes. Can you please state that opinion, ma'am?
It is my opinion that items I and J, the two fired 9mm caliber bullets, were fired through the barrel of item AD1, which is the Germany Mauser Luger.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, when you look at all of these items, do they all have the appropriate crime lab designation?
The barcode sticker?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in terms of the item I and item J that you just testified to, is that opinion made to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
It is, yes.
And what specifically would you point to informing that opinion?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Sure. What specifically, you've just testified that it's your conclusion that item I and item J were recycled through item AD1. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what do you rely on specifically informing that opinion?
So that opinion is based off of my training and experience as a firearms and toolmark examiner.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you would point to on those particular items, any stratations or something that would be in support of that?
So during my examination, I do find areas of identification that assist me in being able to make the identification to the barrel. And that is just going to be areas of those striations within the lands and grooves that I was able to make identifications to.
Do items I and items J bear specific marks on them that are similar to the ammunition that you test fired, that are similar in nature?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
So by comparing items I and J to the test fired bullets that I fired through item AD1, I was able to find areas of identification that, in my opinion, I was able to then make an identification that these two items were fired through the barrel of item AD1.
And when you make that conclusion, ma'am, is there some sort of peer review process that takes place in order to ensure the accuracy of your findings?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that process is?
Firearms goes through a two-step process. There is a peer review or technical review portion, and that is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and ensures that it's accurate and complete. There is also a process where that second qualified examiner takes the physical evidence itself, performs an examination, and confirms that the evidence supports the conclusions made in my report.
And Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness just to retrieve evidence?
You may.
So, ma'am, just to be clear, I'm holding in my hand States Exhibit 155 and States Exhibit 156. These are items I and J, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so it is your conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that these two projectiles came from what I'm now holding as States Exhibit number 157. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is item AD1 as noted on your lab report. Is that right?
That is correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, any cross-examination for this witness? The defendant does not respond. Ms. Crawford, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 4:46. We've had another full, productive day. I appreciate your attention and patience throughout the day. We are going to break for this evening. I want to remind you that you have not heard all of the evidence in this case. You have not heard any of the instructions that I am going to give you, so it is not ready for your deliberations yet. As you go home tonight, take a break, get some rest. Don't talk about the case to anyone, including loved ones. Don't talk about it to your fellow jurors as you're leaving the courtroom. You are not able to deliberate until I allow you to, when the evidence is finished and the arguments are finished. So we will break until tomorrow morning. We're going to resume again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. But again, I think we're doing very well on time. So you can feel comfortable that we will be able to finish in a timely fashion here. All right, we will see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All right.
You may be seated. We are now outside the presence of the jury. The court will make the following record regarding the defendant during this period of testimony. I'll also note that the defendant has not been standing for the jury as instructed by the bailiffs, even though I'm not under any impression that the defendant is unable to stand. He is only restrained by the ankle and he would otherwise be able to stand. At 3:21 this afternoon, during Detective Schulten's testimony, the defendant appeared to be slumped over a little bit in his chair. That was the first time that I was under the impression that Mr. Lychwick could potentially be asleep in his chair. I had one of the bailiffs walk behind him and nudge him on his shoulder, and he had, again, that sort of startled awakening where he looked up at the deputy. Other than that, the defendant has remained stationary. He is huddled under his coat. The coat is pulled up around his shoulders and up to his chin. He has maintained some eye contact with court. I've noted it a couple of times where I've looked over at the defendant and he's been looking at the court. And then as soon as we make eye contact, he quickly shuts his eyes. There are other times like now where his eyes are open and he's blankly staring or staring at the court. So again, the court is convinced that the defendant remains awake and attentive during this. He is simply refusing to participate, but he is not obstructive and not obstructing any of the testimony or the court proceedings. So if he wants to sleep or meditate or not participate, that is his choice to make. All right, Attorney Thompson, how are we doing on time and scheduling?
I think we're doing great. The witness who had a conflict in Milwaukee County this afternoon will be the first one I call tomorrow morning at 8:30, and I expect her to be available. And then after that, the state has 3 additional witnesses, all of whom are somewhat lengthy, but we are definitely on track. If we don't end up resting tomorrow, then certainly finishing up Thursday morning with testimony.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you want to address at this time, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, is there anything you want to address at this time? Okay. I'll note too that where the record reflects that the court has asked Mr. Lychwick certain questions, either in regards to anything he wants to add or in regards to the exhibits being offered or anything like that, for the most part, I've tried to wait a few seconds for a response and then make a note that the defendant has not responded. Other times I know I've asked the defendant the question and then simply moved on and allowed the exhibit to be entered. So just for the record, in case there's any question later on, I've always allowed Mr. Lychwick several seconds to respond to me, and the times that I've moved on have been because Mr. Lychwick has not offered me any response. I do want to go through just real quick where we're at on the exhibits. By my count, it appears that we have exhibits 1 through 72 all admitted into evidence, and that includes 1A, 1B, 1C, 28A, 34A, 41A, 59A. Then the next consecutive batch is exhibits 75 through 91, and that includes 80A, 81A, and 87A. I then have 93 through 101, 108 through 110, 113 through 114, 140, 145 through 147, including 145A, 146A, 149 through 150, plus 150A, 155 through 157, and 165 through 168, including 165A and 166A. State, is that consistent with what you have?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Lychwick, anything you want to say regarding that rundown of exhibits? Mr. Lychwick refuses to respond. Okay, that's where we should be then with exhibits. Mr. Lychwick, I want you to think about how this case is going tonight and decide whether or not you want to be an active participant in your defense tomorrow. I will once again allow you to dress in civilian clothes if you so choose. You can ask questions of the witnesses that the state calls. You can raise objections. You can consult with standby counsel. Those are all options available to you that you have not utilized today. Tomorrow's a new day, Mr. Lychwick, so reflect on how today went and see if you want to participate in your defense tomorrow. We are adjourned until 8:30 tomorrow.
And I have the exhibits as well. I'll bring those up.
Thank you.
As well. Yeah.
All righty. Well, that was quite something. I don't think that I've ever seen a defendant completely refuse to participate like this before. Have you guys in the chat? Anybody else seen this happen in a trial? I mean, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff done by defendants who are pro se, but I have not ever seen them just refuse to respond at all. This was wild. What's he going to do tomorrow? Is he going to do this? Is he going to show up in his suit and participate and straighten up for tomorrow? Is he going to be worse and get kicked out of the courtroom as he has been threatened with? I don't know. I mean, the judge literally told him this morning, one option is I'll take you back to your cell and we'll just do this trial without you. That is part of the way that our system works. When the defense does not actually have to defend. They don't have to prove innocence. The prosecution has to prove guilty. So it's a little bit different, than the idea that they have to be present. I mean, honestly, I'm sure they want them to be. I'm sure they want them to be, and they want them to participate, but he can't force him either. I mean, he says, put some shackles on him and shock him to answer, right? This is like Lori Vallow and Darrell Brooks rolled all up into one. A lot of really good evidence this afternoon, linking Lychwick to the gun, linking Lychwick to the boots that he was wearing at the time, the surveillance following him around before they pulled him over and arrested him. What was that far away storage unit for? Because he didn't have hardly anything in it. What was it for? What had it been for? I don't know. I can't stop thinking about the salt and the black bags and notes of decomp throughout the garage and his apartment. What did he do with that body? And was it really sitting out there the entire time? Or did he move it out there? Right. Will he take the stand? How can he not? It's his one chance to address the jury, right? His one chance to address the jury. And that's what he wants. But he also then has to be cross-examined. So I don't know. Oh, yeah. If he takes the stand, a lot of objections coming in. Yes. Right. That's true, Irene. It is better than just the stream of endless nonsense that we saw with Daryl Brooks here in Waukesha, Wisconsin, a few years ago. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, but it will be interesting, I think. And the state's case is coming together. I think we're really starting to see the pieces fit. We haven't heard from medical examiner and DNA expert. And the DNA expert, I believe, will come and tell us that, yes, it was only his DNA on the gun that they believe to be the murder weapon. We just saw the ballistics expert who said, yeah, these bullets match this gun. So the bullets that killed Carlos came from his gun. Was he in county with Brooks? I doubt it. Brooks is in prison at this point. As far as I know, Brooks is in prison for quite a while now, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I've honestly never seen like a protest, I will not participate kind of situation in a murder trial, in a first degree murder trial. This guy has everything on the line. And he's just throwing it up in the air. He's having a little narcissistic breakdown, I think. So who knows? Is he going to be catatonic tomorrow? Are they going to have him strapped into that chair to get him in court? The judge isn't going to play with any of his nonsense. I think that's for sure. And he's not giving in to any of this. You know, he's very intent on completing this trial, which honestly, excuse me, is what's best for the victim's family. Like, come on. This guy doesn't just get to pretend like this is not his life. He did what he did. And now he's got to pay the consequences for that. So shall be interesting tomorrow, but we're definitely going to see the Emmy and they have 4, she said now they have 4 witnesses tomorrow. We know there's going to be Emmy, DNA expert. I'm not sure on one, and then probably the case agent, because that's what they usually do before they rest. And then, yeah, what's he going to do? He going to take the stand? Try to go off on these crazy, ridiculous tangents with the jury? I mean, I'm assuming that's what's going to happen, either tomorrow or the next day. So we shall see. Well, we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Mountain. This trial is a couple of hours ahead of me, which is nice. I think it's 2 hours ahead of me. So it allows us to speed through a lot of the breaks, which is really nice. And so I'll be back here. We'll be doing that tomorrow. Katie did just do a show over on our main channel, True Crime Squad. We're kind of dividing and conquering this week a little bit. So go check that out and come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mountain. We'll see what Mr. Lychwick does then. Who knows? You know it. I am Kristi with the True Crime Squad. Thanks for being here.